And I'm just admitting everybody now, so give it a minute and then we can start.
Thank you.
Can they hear us?
All right, looks like we got everyone on, so we will get started. Will the meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission for Wednesday, June 5th, 2024, please come to order. This evening's meeting will be a virtual planning and zoning meeting hosted by Zoom. During this meeting, our procedures will be as follows. 1, when you first enter the Zoom meeting, you'll be in a virtual waiting room until the meeting host admits you. 2, please be aware that your camera, if you have one, and your microphone may be muted by the meeting host when you enter the meeting. You can turn on your camera at any time so you can be seen by others when and if you choose to. In order to run an efficient and orderly meeting in this virtual environment, unless stated otherwise by the meeting chairman during the meeting host may keep everyone other than the commission members muted. You will still be able to hear everything said by the commission members, even if you're muted and or your camera's not on. There will be opportunity for public comment during public hearings, at which time public participants will be unmuted. 3, during the public hearing, the applicant will be invited to present the application, explaining to the commission and others present what is being requested. The meeting host will share all related documents on the screen as needed. In addition, all applications and supporting materials for each application on the agenda have been available through the public meeting calendar page of the town website, www.guilfordct.gov, and also through a direct link on the planning and zoning page. 4, comments of town agencies will be discussed as applicable to the application. There will be clarifying questions for the commissioners, and the town planner will direct our attention to any additional items pertinent to the application. 5, after all commissioners' questions are exhausted, those who wish to speak in support or in opposition to the application will be asked to come forward, state their name and address for the record, and make a statement. 6, the applicant will then have an opportunity to address any questions or concerns raised by the public or commissioners. 7, once the public hearing is closed, the applicant is free to leave or remain for the balance of the public hearings and the regular meeting, during which the commission will try to reach a decision on each application. Each applicant will be notified in writing as to the decision of the commission and has a right to appeal to Superior Court if desired. 8, decisions of this meeting are available the day after the meeting by calling the Planning and Zoning Department at 203-453-8039 or by emailing planning.zoning@guilfordct.gov after 9 a.m. 9, all actions taken on applications tonight by the commission will be by roll call. All commissioners and staff will identify themselves for the record before speaking. Seated this evening are the following members who will please identify themselves. Bill Freeman.
Here.
Ed Sands.
You're muted. You're muted, Ted.
Ed's muted. He's there. Sean Cosgrove. And I'm Scott Edmund Chair. Alternates present is Larry Rizzolo, and Larry will be seated tonight. Staff present are Ann Hartchett, Town Planner. This meeting will be recorded via the Zoom platform and made available to the town website for viewing. I'd entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second. Second from Bill. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. First item on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, we have 6 text amendments that were tabled at the previous meeting. I would ask that we remove them from the table so we can discuss them.
All right, who would like to make a motion for that?
I make a motion to remove the 6 text amendments from the table.
All right. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Larry. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries. And please proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the first item is a text amendment for design review. The applicant is myself on behalf of the town of Guilford. This is a text amendment to clarify the provisions for design review. As you'll recall, we discussed all of these text amendments previously in our other meetings. This is a text amendment where we have a situation where the current language contradicts itself, where some uses in a residential zone require a special permit, which makes those uses subject to design review. But the use and activity is also indicated as not subject to design review. So in this case, we would like to change the language to explicitly exclude accessory structures in a residential zone from design review.
Hey, and just to clarify, does design review have any oversight at all over all zones?
Not in the current ordinance.
And what are you familiar with how many zones they are permitted? Is it only in the historical district?
No, they actually have quite a bit of purview. Design review is reviewing all signs. They're reviewing all site plan and special permit applications, except in this case, we're trying to remove residential uses from that. So it's mostly business zones, but there are a few instances of crossover.
And can planning and zoning overrule design review?
Design review has no statutory authority. They're advisory only. So even if an applicant goes through design review, they don't actually have to comply with what design review asks them to do.
Thank you. They're advisory only.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from commissioners on this one? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak related to this item? I'll say it a bunch of times tonight, so I'll just say it for the first time. If your camera's not on, then I can't see you wave, so you'll have to raise your hand through the Zoom platform or turn on your camera. Otherwise, we'll move on to whether a commissioner wants to make a motion to approve this text amendment.
So moved.
Second.
So we had Sean, we had a second from Ted. Discussion seems to clear things up. That was a problem. We'll go we have a motion and a second. We'll vote on approval. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I vote yes. All right, next item.
Excellent. I'm not sure we closed the public hearing on that one.
Sure,
Um,
we can do that too.
so I think we want to make sure on each one of these that we open and close the public hearing.
All right, that's fine. Motion to close the public hearing on the design review prior to our previous vote.
So moved.
Thanks, Bill.
Second.
Thanks, Ted. And Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I vote yes. All right, next
Excellent.
item.
Our next item on the agenda is a text amendment for exterior lighting. Again, I am the applicant on behalf of the town of Guilford. And this is a text amendment to clarify the provisions for exterior lighting. Like the previous text amendments, we have some uses, again, oversized structures in a residential zone, subject to a special permit, which makes it subject to the lighting regulations, but then there's another line below that in the box in 7.5 that says the use and activity is not subject to 7.5. So again, like the previous one, we would like to change the language to explicitly exclude accessory structures in a residential zone from exterior lighting regulations.
And you know, just a question. Where would this under what circumstances would this come up?
When I have a special permit, you see a lot of special permits now for accessory structures over 750 square feet. So in that case, somebody's building a big garage, they are required to come to you for a special permit in a residential zone. In that case, the current language requires them both to go through design review and also allows them to be excluded from design review. So that's why we're trying to clean up that language.
Mhm.
And
But
the same
that's
for
the
the
most-
lighting.
That's the most common special permit in a residential zone that you're seeing.
Okay. But it is in no way restricting the rights of the property owner.
No, we're just clearing up a contradiction in the language.
Okay, thank
You
you.
you could clear it up the other way too, and you could say that all accessory structures over 50 square feet are subject to the exterior lighting ordinance, but I don't think that was the original intent. So that's why we decided to go this way.
But wouldn't we want to maintain dark sky principles? In which case, we would ask the builder to make sure their exterior lighting was dark sky compliant.
Yes, we do have a separate lighting ordinance that suggests strongly dark sky compliance. It is a very good question. I can't remember off the top of my head.
So Larry's question is, I mean, really a legal one, requires or, I mean, it really, do we require dark sky requirements?
The language is not well crafted in the lighting ordinance. I will say that it's strongly recommended is the language. So it's not an actual requirement, and that is a section I intend to look at in the future. But there is some ambiguity in the current language. We generally don't see, at least in the past 6 months, we have not seen lighting associated with these special permits in these larger garages. But yes, that is always something that could come up.
And so basically we can tweak this later, but to move on, we'll just move on.
I agree. I think we should look at the lighting ordinance. But I
Well,
think in this case, we're trying to clarify a direct contradiction within the language of the ordinance itself.
Let's clear it
Right.
up and move on.
Well, and also it's a special permit in that case, so we can still ask them what their plan is for lighting
Right.
as part of the special permit application.
Right.
Any other comments from commissioners? I'd open up to the public. Any questions or comments? Not questions, any comments from the public on this
I
item?
believe we have to open. Sorry, I'm
We're in
tired
the-
already.
We're in the public meeting now, so why do you have to open the public hearing?
Well, we closed the last one, so we never opened. I mean, you could make it a motion that you're staying open until you close them. Generally, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Would
I
it be
think-
better if we
isn't
just
that the
closed
point?
them all?
and isn't that the point of opening the public hearing means we're opening the public hearing on all public hearing items?
Well, you didn't explicitly state that, but
Okay, well, that's what hitherto, that is what should be inferred whenever
Well,
I ask
Excellent.
for someone to vote to open the public hearing at the beginning of the meeting.
Oh, that was
Okay.
classic. That was beautiful.
No,
Hitherto.
decreed.
I mean,
It's decreed.
then I would say,
might I recommend that once we open the public meeting, we don't vote on any of these amendments until we go to the regular meeting.
Yeah, that's a difference of opinion that
Yeah.
people have different opinions on that one.
So we're saying that all of them are going to remain open until we close them individually. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing any hands raised? Do I hear a motion to close the public hearing on this item?
So moved.
Second.
Second from Sean. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, we'll move to a vote. Motion to close. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
All right, I have a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
So moved.
You can heard Bill first, second
Second.
from Sean. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second to approve. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
I'll also approve. All right, next item, man.
Mr. Chair, the next item is a text amendment for landscaping and screening. The applicant is myself on behalf of the town of Guilford, a text amendment to clarify the provisions for landscaping and screening. Similar to the previous two text amendments, the current language contradicts itself in that some accessory structures in a residential zone require a special permit, which also requires these items conform with landscaping and screening regulations. This is in contrast with the existing language in the next line, which states a single-family dwelling and any accessory structure thereto is not subject to landscaping and screening standards. The text change eliminates the contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, for all of these, it's basically
This
you're
is,
coming in
this
for a
is,
special, you're coming in for a special permit and you are required to meet those requirements of a special permit. Right, basically.
Yes.
Okay,
this is straightforward.
all right. Any questions or comments from commissioners? I'll open up to the public. Any comments from the public on this item? Not seeing any. I'll entertain a motion to close.
So moved.
Thanks,
Second.
Ted. Second from Sean. We have a motion and a second to close. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
So yes. Entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Second.
Thanks, Ted. Second from Bill. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second to approve. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
And I'm also a yes. All right, next item, man.
Yep. Next item is text amendment, financial guarantee provisions. The applicant is myself on behalf of the town of Guilford. Text amendment to clarify the provisions for financial guarantees and to align the provisions with the state statutes. The state statutes have been amended to modify parameters when a financial guarantee may be required and for what reasons. The text change captures these changes and aligns the regulations with the state statutes. So this text change, unlike the other ones, you'll find in the package, go on for 12 pages. We vetted this thoroughly to make sure that we are completely aligned with the state statutes and we spell the word guarantee consistently throughout the document.
So, and does this, refer to bonding?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can bond for, and I'm not going to get every single one of these correct. You can bond for soil erosion sedimentation control. You can bond post occupancy for work that has not yet been completed, like what we asked Frank for Dunkin' Donuts. And I'm missing one off the top of my head. Excuse me?
Benton's Knoll is, one of the,
Yeah, well, that was a bond posted for completion of work, and we're pulling that bond, yes.
Also like road work when you're doing a new subdivision gets
There
it
you
on.
go. Yep.
Right, right, right.
All right. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? I'll open up to the public. Any comments from the public on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing on this item.
So moved.
Sean,
Second,
second from Larry.
Prefer not to have a picture.
We have a motion and a second, motion to close, Larry Rizzolo.
yes,
Ted Sands is currently away. Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
Yeah, there's a place that you can delete the, enough to delete the video, but
Not sure, we missed our moment for public response on that item, Marjorie.
I vote yes.
Thanks, Ted. We have a entertained motion to approve.
So moved.
stop video.
Second.
I can't find
Bill. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve Larry Rizzolo,
yes,
Ted Sands,
Yes,
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
All right, and
The next text amendment is for the chairman's signature. The applicant is myself on behalf of the town of Guilford. This is a text amendment to streamline the administrative post-approval tasks. There is language in the current regulations that require the chair to come into the office and sign the actual documents that are approved. Given everybody's schedules, it's just easier if we amend the regulations so that the zoning enforcement officer can essentially play that role. And you can see the text as amended. We've just substituted that language into the text.
yeah, I mean, certainly the CEO is more qualified than the chair to do that as well. So
We discussed
makes
this.
sense to me.
if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think that when we went into this long-term process of, amending the regulations, we wanted to make it easier for applicants. So I think this is very appropriate.
Right, any other comments from commissioners? I'll open it up to the public. Any public comments on this item? Marjorie Shansky? Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Marjorie Shansky, New Haven. I'm delighted that the commission is entertaining these corrections or amendments to the regulations, and I apologize. I haven't seen the actual text of them, but I haven't heard any mention in the course of the ones that have been approved thus far of an effective date, which the statute requires be established by the commission. So I just wanted to encourage that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
The draft approval notices that were posted online do include an effective date of June 24th. And the notice of decision will be published on June 20th on each one of these items.
Thank you.
And the reports are online if anybody wants to look at them.
All right. Any other comments from the public on this item? All right, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing on this item.
So moved.
Thank you, Sean.
Second.
Second from Bill. All right, we have a motion and a second to close. Larry Rizzolo,
yes,
Ted Sands,
yes,
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
Do we have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Okay.
Second,
Second from Larry. Any discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve. Larry Rosen,
yes,
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and also yes. All right. Last
Uh,
one.
Yep, Mr. Chair, if I may, as we go forward, it would be helpful if we say when we make a motion to approve, we're making a motion to approve in alignment with the approval letter as noted, as distributed and posted online. Because those all have conditions attached to them.
Okay.
Okay, the next one is a text amendment for short-term rentals and vacation stays. The applicant is myself on behalf of the town of Guilford. A text amendment to remove the prohibition on short-term rentals and vacation stays as related to accessory dwelling units. As discussed previously, I think this was an unintentional error in the ordinance that was passed in October. There's a definition in the definition section 2.2 for short-term rentals, but then the only mention of it is in the ADU provision under section 3.9A 1 little e, where the language said neither the principal dwelling unit nor the accessory dwelling unit may be rented or used for short-term rentals or vacation stays. That's the only mention in the entire document about short-term rentals. And when we discussed this previously with the commission, we all agreed that it was not the intent of the commission to regulate either short-term rentals or vacation stays. And so we are eliminating that language from the ordinance.
Thank you. Questions or comments from commissioners?
So, just,
Sean.
just one, and,
Yep.
what implications, if any, does this have? Is it,
I get calls all the time of people saying, does the town of Guilford regulate short-term rentals or vacation stays? And up until this point, I've had to say, if it's in an ADU, it's not allowed. But do we have the enforcement staff to actually enforce that? Absolutely not. And a quick check of, I think I did VRBO a couple months ago. There are about 800 different short-term rentals in the area that are happening as we speak. So
in the area or in Guilford?
in the area, I think I did, like, I was looking at all the neighboring towns. I think Guilford was somewhere around the 400 mark when I checked, but when I was looking at what other folks were doing as well. Realistically, even if we wanted to regulate it, we don't have the staff to do so. That's just a practical matter. If you wanted to regulate it, we obviously could. But then somebody would have to keep track of all of that.
And so, you know, the way I think about this is, you know, if there are complaints from neighbors, that is the first kind of marker for me as to whether we tighten this up or whether we just, you know, do what you're suggesting is to make it more reasonable.
Yeah. Also, though, if it does become something where there's lots of complaints, one is if it's noise complaints, then there's a noise ordinance in town that they should follow. And then also, again, there's an ordinance system for the town. And perhaps that would be another avenue that the town could pursue if the town wanted to regulate this further.
I
I'm
would
not sure
say-
if,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Since
go ahead.
September, I haven't had a single complaint about this.
Okay. Well,
Isn't
that's
isn't the point of
a
being-
marker for me, and that, you know, I mean, these properties are private properties, and, you know, if they want to make some extra income, all for it because it allows them to stay in their property. And I think that's a good thing.
Thanks. All right, we'll open it up. Yeah, Bill, go ahead.
I thought the whole point of the ADUs was for rentals. Is that not?
Potentially, but usually the thought was long
Usually
term.
it's in-laws.
Yeah, I mean, the thought was more of a long-term rental, but again, we're not really,
Just read an
we
article
can't really,
today.
and certainly the state ADU rulings don't specify anything related to that. So, and we're trying to align with the state law as much as possible. Okay, I'll open it up to public comments. Anyone would like to make a comment, please raise your hand through the Zoom platform. Yeah, we got one from Aaron. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, folks. I'm just trying to get my camera up, but it looks like for some reason I can't. Yeah, my name is Aaron Alvey. I'm 3293 3 Mile Course in Guilford. I'd like to read a short comment that I have about STR or auxiliary dwelling units, which I'll call ADUs, and STRs, which I'll use as a catch-all phrase for vacation stays and short-term rentals. Is that allowed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Dear commissioners, town planners, and fellow community members, I'm a full-time resident of Guilford, Connecticut, and an active registered voter. My partner's family has lived in Guilford for 4+ generations. I passionately oppose the proposed text amendments to the town of Guilford's planning and zoning statutes that would remove prohibitions on short-term rentals and vacation stays, STRs, as related to accessory dwelling units, ADUs. Conversely, I fully support continuing to restrict ADUs from being used for STR purposes. My reasoning is driven by two categories. One, the negative impacts of STRs on community well-being and the extreme costly challenge of reining in the industry once permitted. And two, the affordable housing crisis. Allowing ADUs to be used as STRs directly threatens Guilford's ability to be a thriving community. Guilford is already experiencing an affordable housing crisis, as is a shared reality across the state. It is my impression that Guilford recently started permitting ADUs when the town realized these dwellings may be part of the solution to alleviate severely constrained housing supply. By nature of their smaller size and inherent location on a shared property, ADUs would have a high likelihood of being less expensive than a full-size domicile. Thus, ADUs are seen as suitable housing options for elderly, newly arrived, or mid to lower income demographics. After all, diversity is the spice of life. Meanwhile, STRs often by allowing STRs for ADUs, the town of Guilford would be putting vulnerable populations against the capitalistic trends and deep pockets that got us into the affordable housing crisis to begin with. By continuing to prohibit STRs, Guilford is adhering to a legally mandated affordable housing plan that was submitted to the state of Connecticut, committing to increasing affordable housing stock to a minimum percentage. Desirable towns and cities across the USA are experiencing over-tourism. While I'll not share whether or not I believe Guilford is already experiencing that, allowing further STRs to operate in ADUs may open the floodgates and community quality of life could plummet. Currently, ADUs are not allowed to be used as STRs. Thus, any existing homeowners with an ADU have voluntarily constructed said ADU without the financial responsibility or accounting mathematics of generating income from STRs. So they cannot argue that the town of Guilford is causing insurmountable financial burden to private landowners by upholding the STR prohibition. There's a lot of big money behind STRs, such as the real estate lobby. If Guilford residents get fed up with tourism and the town tries to do anything to rein in STRs, there will be costly ongoing legal battles. If you search the internet, quote, Airbnb court battles, a litany of results appear. Thus far, it has been virtually impossible to ban STRs once permitted in towns across the United States. Thus, Guilford's renowned quality of life will be irreparably harmed, and the affordable housing crisis will be both prolonged and exacerbated. I implore you to uphold the prohibition on using ADUs as STRs and vacation stays and reject the proposed text amendment. We need to retain what little regulation of STRs we are able to yet. We need to allocate funding to have the staff and administration to be able to regulate them, and this funding will pay back dividends in terms of quality of life. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Bill.
So, and as this person is differentiating between Airbnb and VRBO type situations with ADUs versus just plain rental, is there any way to separate those effectively? I'm just asking.
Yeah, I mean, the only language in the ordinance now relates to ADUs themselves. So it is absolutely silent on short-term rentals of anything else. And being silent, it's allowed. So I guess you folks have to decide if, I mean, when we previously discussed it and I asked the question, I heard from the commission that there was no intent to regulate short-term rentals or vacation stays. But if you would like to revisit that, then we can revisit this text as well. But the text as it exists only applies to ADUs.
And are you aware of an issue similar to what we're discussing now occurring in other towns along the shoreline?
I have not done a lot of research. All I know is my experience in New Haven is that there was a lot of discussion about whether short-term rentals should be regulated. And I don't know what may have happened in the last year or so, but it immediately becomes an issue of, if you're going to regulate short-term rentals, how are you going to do it practically? What are the registration requirements? Who's going to inspect the short-term rentals? There are building department issues as well, around safety. I can tell you, I do know from where my father lives on Long Island, there's a requirement there that on the books, the requirement is you can only rent at 2 weeks at a time. But I can tell you that nobody's actually following those regulations. And he lives in a very wealthy town that could possibly staff the situation. I think most municipalities are struggling with this question. But I will tell you as well that most people who come into this office who are considering ADUs are super excited about it. And in most cases, it's to generate income so that they can stay in their own home and supplement that income. Nobody's really, of the folks who've come in for the ADUs, nobody's really talked to me about whether it's a short-term rental or whether it's I'm assuming those are all long-term rentals, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Before we let Erin comment again, let me comment, because then she could address my issue at the same time. I'm not sure how this applies to the affordable housing crisis. If someone's building an ADU for the purpose of short-term rentals and they can't do that, they just won't build their ADU. If they're building with the idea of long-term rentals, because that's going to be a steady income, then in fact we're helping the affordable housing crisis. So it's not clear to me how this rule pertains to that, and I welcome Erin to explain her reasoning there.
Or one more quick comment, Erin.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this dialogue and for the opportunity to offer a few supplemental responses. One is that just because Guilford doesn't currently have a system for monitoring and regulating, or the administrative side of regulating STRs in the first place, doesn't mean that such a system doesn't exist anywhere in the US or abroad. There's other towns that across the US that still allow short-term rentals and have different systems in place to attempt to monitor them. The attempt part is that there's still a lot of lobbying against any form of regulation, although they have, been able to cover their costs in terms of, the fines for bad actors to keep the program going. I'm happy to put commissioners in touch with commissioners from the city of South Lake Tahoe in California. I know that they have been very creative in trying to figure out how to deal with over-tourism and regulate these industries. Also, in regards to the intention of folks building ADUs, on whether they're going to be STRs or long-term rentals, they're having ADUs allowed as STRs could potentially be more favorable to a homeowner than as long-term rentals, because you could potentially make the same amount of revenue with less effort. So it just feels like that the use of ADUs as STRs would outcompete the ability for lower income elderly folks to find a place to live, while still providing revenue for the homeowner to essentially stay in their home, like Anne had mentioned is, one use that she's hearing of that. I think also, just because we're hearing certain uses or certain interests now at the very beginning of allowing short-term rentals elsewhere, and ADUs in general, we can't predict that. We can't say with certainty that it will remain those same uses or conditions. Once word gets out and more interest gains, that there could be just more and more ADUs that are being built, more and more short-term rentals that are coming into ADUs, more and more noise, more and more traffic, that kind of thing. So it still feels like the quality of life could decline.
Right. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
I'm sorry about my dog in the background, but I'm going to speak anyway. Hey. So one thing I'll mention, Aaron, that you can check in the Guilford Housing Affordable Housing Committee. I forget the long official name for it, but it is being turned into a commission to work on, that has been and continues to work on affordable housing. So I would definitely encourage you to check in on what those folks are working on and provide thoughts there, because they're going to be doing some adjustments to the amendments to the regulations related to affordable housing to try to incentivize and hone in on what the correct regulations are for our town. So I think regardless of how this vote goes, I would say check in with them and provide some thoughts. All right, any other comments from the public? Seeing none. Open up, sorry. I'll open up for let's see here. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing item on this item?
So moved.
Thanks, Bill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Sean. We have a motion and a second to close. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I vote yes. All right, to a motion to approve based on the posted what's the wordage uses I should be using, Dan?
The text amendment as revised.
As revised per the posted agenda for this meeting.
Oh,
No motion.
for the posted approval notice, I would call it.
Approval notice. Okay, thank you.
So moved.
Thank you, Bill. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sean. Discussion?
I'm not, I guess I'm not quite comfortable with this yet. When I first ran into this idea of ADUs, I always thought that this was either a family member or I've always thought of it as a long-term rental situation. And I had never frankly considered that somebody wanted to go into the business of being a Airbnb. But I mean, some people do that. It's a very time-consuming way to make a living, but it, you know, especially if you only have one unit. I don't know. I mean, I've never considered that we would allow that, and I'm still not convinced.
Right.
So
Bill?
I'll just say,
Sure.
these are private property owners, and as long as they're not infringing upon their neighbors' privacy, their well-being, and we don't get any complaints, which Anna's stated that she has not received any. Just, I mean, this is what is happening across the country. And, and the other thing that other people have stated is that if it allows people to stay where they are by supplementing their income, I'm all for that. I think that stability in a community is a good thing.
All right, Bill?
So I have an ADU that's attached to my house, and we did it we know some folks who have like rooms they do with Airbnb and stuff, but it is a tremendous amount of effort. And so we've always just rented it on an annual basis for now 6 years. And I know that there's people across
Did you use the air fryer? Oh.
across the street have an ADU that they rent year round, and people next door to them do. So I think the majority, as Ann has said, is for annual rental, not short-term Airbnb. And as I think Ted mentioned, it is a tremendous amount of work to have people come and stay for a day or two or three or a week. So I don't think the majority of ADUs are used for short-term rental.
Yeah, I'd say that the discussion's a good one, and it's an important one, both for, as discussed, affordability in the town as well as economics in the town. I'm just thinking that as far as affordability goes, we're having a affordable housing commission for that reason, that to advocate for such things in the town. And then as far as economics go, I mean, that might fall on a different board as well. But that's kind of where I think I am in terms, like, if we're talking just purely land use, then that makes me lean towards approval of this.
It makes me lean towards the two, Scott. And I just, with all respect to Aaron, I just don't see this applying to affordable housing. I just don't.
Okay.
And just to echo Sean, as you know, I've been interested in the affordable housing problem and thought a lot about it. And I'm not convinced by Aaron's argument. And I think I'm more swayed by what Bill has said and what Sean has said.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second to approve this text amendment per the approval notice.
So moved.
Second.
Well, yeah, we already have those. We just
Okay.
did the discussion.
Right.
Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
No,
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I will also vote yes. Motion carries 4-1. All right, next item is 17 Benton's Knoll.
Mr. Chair, next item is 17 Benton's Knoll, map 8, lot 2417, zone R5 and PRD. The applicant is Michael Martocci of Poolscape Pool and Spa. The owner is John Frankie. Apologize if I said that wrong. This is the
Right.
modification of the special permit to allow for a new 12 by 16-foot in-ground pool and landscape. This item was tabled at the last meeting, so we do need to vote to take it off the table.
I have a motion.
I'll make a motion to take it off the table.
Thank you, Ted. Second from,
I'll second.
thanks, Larry. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes,
Ted Sands,
Yes,
Bill Freeman,
Yes,
Sean's not here. And I'll vote yes. All right. Who do we have here for Benton's Knoll? Like I said, this is the second time we're hearing this one, so where are we in terms of an update?
Hi, everyone. Mike Martosi, Poolscapes, representing 17 Benton's Knoll. We got tabled because we needed to provide a lighting plan. We have the lighting plan now. We submitted it to Ann a couple weeks back, or Ann, are you able to bring that up to show the
Yep.
commission?
I can do that. Just a sec.
Thank you. And also, while Ann is bringing that up, John is here with us, and he can explain. I remember there was some tensions between the association and some neighbors. I think John has resolved any of that with the Benton's Knoll Association. I'll let him speak on that. He can speak on it.
Sure.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so what we did have was an objection from a neighbor and also from the homeowners association. And I worked with both of those group, both the neighbor and the group. They should have provided letters. And then I saw there was a specific email from the neighbor to Ann today that they've withdrawn all objections to the redesigned plan here, which is it's way down in scale. There's no privacy fence. It's the standard fence that they use in the the area, and they have no objection, and that's about it. Hopefully, Ann, you have that information where they removed their objection. They've given me approval, so I don't know if you have any other questions for me.
And I think we lost the
Did
site
you
plan
lose the
here.
screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try again.
Mike, do you want to walk us through the changes
Wait,
from the last time we
wait,
saw
wait.
this?
I'm sorry. The last time we talked about two things. We talked about the lighting, which we're gonna deal with here, and we talked about approval by the homeowners association. I haven't seen anything that says the homeowners association has approved this.
I have a letter inserted into the file to that effect.
You do,
Yes.
okay?
Based off the changes that were made, Mike, can you walk us through the changes that were made, please?
We downgraded or upgraded, whatever you want to call the fencing, was originally a privacy fence. We changed that to black aluminum ornamental. The fence was originally 6 foot, I believe. Now we're at 4 foot black aluminum, which is kind of the norm everywhere, but definitely the norm on the street for the existing 4 or 5 pools that are on Benton's Knoll. We reduced the size of the pool by 10 square feet. I don't really believe that was much of an issue, but it is a tad bit smaller.
And I believe there was a pavilion that's no longer going to be there. Is that
We
right?
took out the pavilion.
Pergola, yeah.
Pergola, that is no longer going to be there, which, that's a structure that would have been seen from the road. Less square footage of pavers, for sure. Took out a step, and
Also included some more plantings to make it so that when you're seeing it from the road, you won't see anything except the plantings. You probably won't even see the fencing. So,
Correct.
Okay.
the neighbor, as I said, I believe that the neighbor, who had an issue, I talked with him, and you should have gotten an email from him today where he said he had no issue. So, I believe that every single objection has been dealt with.
Let's go over the lighting, Mike, please.
Sure. It may be hard to see for you guys, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 little X's on the screen. I'm looking on a laptop. And those are solar. They're 3 watts. There's no wiring. They're decorative landscape solar lights.
Like the little bollard things that are like a foot
Yeah.
or so off the ground.
I submitted a cut sheet, and I don't know if you have it. I mean, there you
you
go.
Yeah.
Oh, and thank you.
Yep.
And these are just, walkway lights. They're not up on the house or floodlights shining on the pool, nothing like that. No. You can
Okay.
see the stakes. You can even see the cost.
Thanks. Any other questions from commissioners? All right, I'll open it up for the
Well,
public. Yeah, Larry?
Scott, I'll just to revisit, are these pavers permeable? Is there a gap between the pavers? Is this a non-permeable surface, and how does that relate to what's allowed by the regulations?
Well, Ann can speak to, and this
Yeah, so
meets regulations.
I can't tell you if these are permeable or not. The Benton's Knoll as an overall site with a tremendous amount of acreage for development has an overall stormwater management plan. There's nothing in the original special permit that addresses or requires changes to the stormwater management plan based on individual build out of these. I'm not even going to call them parcels because they're not technically parcels. They're part of the overall plan. There was no grading provided in this submission.
Okay, thank you, Ann.
Great. Any other questions from commissioners? And if you want to stop sharing, we'll open it up to the public. Raise your hand through the Zoom platform or wave at your camera. Looks like we have no comments from the public. Seeing that, would the commissioner like to make a motion to close the public hearing on this item?
So moved.
Thanks, Larry.
Second.
There's a second from Bill. All right. We have a motion and a
Mr.
second to,
Chair,
yep,
if I may,
Sure.
in the draft approval notice that was posted on the website, there are 2 issues
Oh, yeah.
that I want everybody to be aware of.
thanks.
And these came from Kevin McGee, who manages our natural resources division. He noticed that, and I'll share my screen again so you can see this. On the southeast corner of the existing patio, and it's down here, if you can see my cursor, there's a piece of the patio that has crossed over the line into the existing conservation easement on the property. And he has requested that little piece of patio be removed. And also that prior to this work starting, that the limits of the existing conservation easement be marked out by a licensed surveyor. And that no stockpiling, grading, filling, or deposition of material will be allowed in that area. These are additional conditions 7, 8, and 9 in the report. And the other condition is that any discharges from the pool be in alignment with the Connecticut Deep General Permit for discharge of swimming pool waters.
Mike, do you have any problem with the discharge or with the stockpiles comments?
There won't be any stockpiling. We will haul all materials off-site as we're excavating. We already reached out to Eric Davison. He's a licensed soil scientist. He's gonna flag the wetlands line for us before we begin.
This is not the wetlands line, it's the conservation easement that's on the entire parcel. It's a different line. If
Okay.
you look at the original special permit for Benton's Knoll, there was a conservation easement placed on part of the land, essentially as a trade-off for the development. So that line needs to be flagged, and the piece of the patio that is over the line needs to be removed.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that.
That would be mostly done by a surveyor, not a soil scientist.
Right. Well, I did get an email a while back from Mr. McGee asking for the 100-foot wetland buffer to be flagged before we started the project, which I agree. We hired Eric Davidson for that.
Okay. All right. John, the owner, any comment on that? Are you all right with that stipulation?
Oh, yeah, I'm perfectly fine. But if we want to take part of the patio away, if that's over the line, for sure. The only thing I would say is that was drawn by Taurus, and I'm not sure it's 100% accurate where that patio is. So if somebody
So
stakes it
yeah,
out
that's
and it's
great.
over, then I can remove honestly, you may see something from me in the future to remove a lot of the patio anyway and put in grass in that area. So I have no problem with removing the corner of that anyway.
Okay, thank you very much. All the more reason to stake it out, Mike. Okay, so and if we're good, we'll move on to the motion second for closing. All right, Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes,
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I'll also vote yes. Anyone like to make a motion to approve based off the approval notice that was posted?
So moved.
Bill? And
second,
Second from Ted. Discussion? The only thing I want to say is I'm glad that the neighbors were able to get together with the HOA and with the neighbor and
yeah,
come to a resolution. That's what we want to see. So
yep.
appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Any other discussion from commissioners? Seeing none, we have approval, motion and a second for approval. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes,
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I'll also vote yes. Thank you very much. All right, Ann.
Mr. Chair, the next item is 1140 Route 80, map 105, lot 029-05, zone R8. The applicant owner is Karen Lane Tasto for Lanes LLC. This is a special permit for modification of a pre-existing non-conforming use per section 8.2.e. I just want to note for the record, I can bring up that language, the language of that section if commissioners need it. But in general, what this section of the ordinance allows the commission to do is take a pre-existing nonconformity and allow for a modification of the conformity as long as it's lessening the nonconformity. And in this case, this address received a variance in the early 70s to allow for auto body repair in a residential zone. And I will circle back with more information after you speak with the applicants.
Right. Can we have representing the application? Please state your name and address for the record. Do you have anyone here?
We do, they're on mute.
Oh, you might be muted. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
We're just going from the auto body to a less invasive foundation company. we're gonna rent to them. And they will only be using the office and store equipment, mostly pickup trucks and vehicles. And then they obviously take their stuff off-site to, you know, wherever they're gonna be building a foundation. So they won't be working up there. I think Ann has the letter from the Wedeman brothers. And we also have Zach Wedeman and the Zoom meeting if you have any questions for them. So we're just trying to make it less invasive and just rent it out for now.
Okay. And I think you had some conversations earlier, and we can see if some of through those discussions, some of those things have changed, but and you want to walk me through what your original conversations
Yeah.
were on this lot?
Okay, so, again, with a pre-existing nonconformity, your guidance from me is that you're looking for a use that is less intensive, less non-conforming than the current use. Per the letter that was submitted from the applicant, there appears to be an intent to store lumber and wood panel forms on site and some storage of commercial vehicles. You'll see that I wrote 2 different reports for this site, depending on how you guys interpret the language of less non-conforming. One for approval and one for denial. The residential zones as they exist now do only allow for 1 commercial vehicle to be stored on site. So more than that would be an additional nonconformity. And the residential zones currently do not allow for outdoor storage of materials as well. So those are the 2 issues that you really need to take a look at and decide whether the proposed use is more conforming or less non-conforming than the existing use.
All right, and the previous use was an auto body, so
Yes,
presumably there was cars everywhere?
everywhere. Yeah,
Okay.
That's the that and the dry cleaner, according to the state, is the most invasive. We have to do phase 1, phase 2, you know, to sell it. So this would be
Okay.
less invasive by far.
Could we hear a little bit more detail then on the plan
Yeah,
for
you want to ask Zach?
specifically exterior storage, and also how many vehicles we're talking about?
Yeah, Zach, are you on there? Because
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah.
So most of the vehicles are on job sites during the day, and it's most of our employees bring them home with them. So as far as like full-time commercial vehicles being parked there, it'd be, I'd say 1 to 2. Similar with the commercial, the rack truck is usually parked on job sites and not back at the shop. And then as far as the wood forms would go and panels, typically those are also on job sites and would just be coming back to the shop in between going out to another job. And that stuff would always be all be kept in the back and not seen from Route 80.
And mostly you'll be using the office, right?
Yeah, it's basically going to be, it's a shop space for some of our other material that has to be stored inside, and then also like an estimating office with me and one other part-time administrative assistant.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners?
Is this, I'm trying to orient myself to 1140 Route 80. Is
I
it
can
near
share.
Lanes?
I can share
Lanes
for you.
Autobahn?
It used to be the
It
lanes
used to
off.
be lanes.
Okay.
Which was very good.
So just west of 77.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, 77's right here. So this is 77.
Yep.
And this
Right.
is the location here.
Okay.
Mhm.
Is there any signage involved with this proposed use?
We had a sign up. I don't know if they'd be able to just switch the name, but, you know, it was already there.
We took that sign down, and at the moment we don't have any plans to put a big sign up. I like a nice quiet office. I don't like people stopping in to say hi.
If I may, ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
If you already took the sign down, are you indicating that you're already on the site and you're already occupying space?
We are occupying some small space on the interior of the shop, but that's really it. We haven't moved over panels or anything yet.
And they were there mostly to, from what you passed, Nan, to do our work on the siding and, you know, the stuff that we had passed. But we haven't got started yet. But that's what we started at with them being there.
Yeah, we have to renovate the office space before we can use it.
And from its days as an auto body shop, were there hazardous spills or threats to the environment that would need to be cleaned up? In moving, would we be removing that threat by going to this non-conforming? Would this make this less non-conforming because we were removing that threat? Karen, I see you speaking, but you're muted.
You're muted, Karen.
Yeah, Karen, you're muted.
So
There you
we did the phase 1, phase 2, and we'll have to do a phase 3 before, like, if we were to sell it to them, but. Then we had, all the water, all the neighbors tested, our well tested 3 times, and there was nothing there. It was all clean. So that's
Okay,
as far as we got, but in order to actually sell it, if they want to buy it, we would have to do the phase 3. So we're not that far yet, but so far we have tested all the water and the neighbors and everybody's clean.
But what
right.
you're saying is that this particular use probably does not involve the kind of pollutant chemicals that an auto body shop does.
Right, the auto body and a dry cleaner are the only people that have to do anything like that. The phase 3, phase 2 stuff. Anybody else is less invasive.
Bill Freeman.
So this is for Ann. Is it your understanding then you think that this would be a lesser of environmentally damaging if they were just parking a couple of trucks with panels in the back and 1 or 2 pickup trucks in the parking lot? Is that what you think is their case?
The regulations are silent on environmental damage. I would say in terms of the use that they're asking for technically a use that is more non-conforming than the previous use because they're including the parking of commercial vehicles and outdoor storage, which is currently prohibited in the residential zones.
We had that at the auto body shop already, the outdoor storage. We always had vehicles. They would drop them off, you know, in the middle of the night with tow trucks, and there was always, it was an auto body shop. So they were always
cars are different than materials in the ordinance, so.
Yeah, but they're not materials, they would be.
So
Just-
could we go back to the can we go back to the
Excuse me,
satellite
just
photo for a second?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
The letter says specifically storage of lumber and wood panel forms on site and the storage of commercial vehicles on site. So I'm just addressing what's in the ordinance. The ordinance does not allow. It
But
allows
that's
one
in the
commercial
right, Zach?
vehicle, excuse me.
I'm
can I
sorry.
Please finish.
Okay,
Allows for one commercial vehicle in the residential zone and does not allow for lumber and wood panels. So if the question is whether this is more non-conforming or less, I would say to the commissioners themselves, this is more non-conforming.
Bill?
Then is there any? They did mention something in something I read earlier today in the letters and things about indoor storage. Is there an indoor garage that these vehicles could be parked in, or is that something that then would eliminate that, Ann, if it's inside and not visible, or is it still considered?
Yeah, so I mean, that's your determination. The ordinance allows for one commercial vehicle.
Outside or
Outside.
Outside.
And the approval I wrote was with a condition that no storage of materials exterior to the building be allowed, because that would be more conforming, less non-conforming. But if the desire and the need is to store materials outside, such as lumber and wood panel forms, then you, the commission, have to make the determination of whether that's more or less non-conforming.
Yeah, when I read the thing
Can-
through,
can
I didn't
we-
understand, I was under the impression that the form trucks and things like that would be at another location, that this was mostly for an office. So I'm a little confused.
Can we just define materials? I mean, if this is gonna be not, gonna become more non-conforming, and there's only one commercial vehicle, I just don't get this. I mean, it just doesn't.
So, I'm not sure the question, John. Like, it's basically our determination. It's similar. We've had other things like this before where we just have to make a determination of whether we think the use is less conforming or more more non-conforming, basically.
I think
Well, let
it's-
me ask you a question, or let me see if I could frame this in a way that I understand. Right now, it's permitted for a auto body repair place. And I have visited places like this, not this one, from time to time. And I mean, there are vehicles everywhere, pieces of vehicles and vehicles that are partially disassembled, taken apart. I mean, they're just all over. And so the question is, if that is replaced by 3 or 4 commercial vehicles, I don't know that one is more conforming than the other. I mean,
Okay. How about we open it up to public comments on this item? If you would like to make a comment, then raise your hand through the Zoom platform or wave at your camera. Got a couple hands up. So the first one I see is Enrique Jacundalel. I butchered that, my bad. But can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, no, you're doing great. And I'm Enrique Junquerelia. I live at 62 Cardinal Drive in Guilford. And I'm in the neighborhood of the property in consideration. And I want to speak in favor for the application in the terms that the concrete company will not manufacture or operate any concrete processes on site. They are all by definition done at a client's facility. And that my experience with the previous use of the auto body operation were one of noisy machinery happening on the shop, many body parts of different cars scattered on the east side. Some of them occasionally belong to one of my cars. And I don't see if you take a I want to say freedom of use your property as you see fit.
Planning and zoning meeting.
I want to say that this is equally or less non-conforming than the previous use. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Bishop, you have a comment?
Yeah, good evening. Keith Bishop, 25 Meadow Ridge Lane. In favor of the application to be changed over to allow the Wedeman family to have their operation. The scope, I am taking it from what I have seen here and what's online, is definitely going to be more favorable for the town in terms of the use and the activity level. And we need to encourage local business to stay here in Guilford as opposed to then finding places that are outside farther, which means less employees can live in town or have farther to travel. This section of Route 80 has several other commercial places. Corner 77 doesn't have any now. It did used to have at the very corner, there was a salon shop there. You go to the corner of Route 80 and Long Hill Road. That's where the town will be building their public works facility if that stays on target. There's a gas station there now. Go down to Little Meadow Road in the corner there. We've got a motel and also a small shopping mall there. This here, I think, will be fit in with the neighborhood and look better than what it was, and have some other usage is going to turn into just, more houses. And in order to build houses, you need concrete and footings and foundations. And how far away are you going to be having out of town services to do those type of jobs? So I'm in favor of granting them the permission to carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Alright, any other follow-up from commissioners? Yes, Zach?
Can we just go back to the satellite image real quick?
Yeah, right now there's nothing on there. Share. Yeah.
So that paved area in the back of the building is where we're gonna have just a small stockpile of lumber that you can't see from the road. We like to keep it clean and neat. As far as materials go, it's not like we're gonna be having, piles and piles of styrofoam and other building materials scattered all about. It's gonna be pretty controlled to that little section right back there. And we're talking about a pile of 2x8s and another pile of 2x10s. So it's not very extensive.
Okay. So, and my thought on this is if the commissioners were looking to approve, what specifics will we put into the special permit modification to confirm that it is in terms of how many vehicles are allowed? That one's pretty easy. We can just say, I mean, Zach, you're saying you don't need more than 2 vehicles on site, right?
I'd say 3 would be great. If it's 2 where you guys draw the line, that's understandable.
Okay, and then as far as materials, and how would we specify materials? We'd say like it has to be behind the building or something. Like what can we kind of say?
Yeah, I mean, you can write any condition you want to. I do need to advise you that the storage of more than one commercial vehicle violates the ordinance, the current ordinance, and storage of material also violates the ordinance. So is actually creating a more non-conforming situation. But you're allowed, you're the commission, you can say, you could put whatever, you could change those additional conditions to read any way you want. I just gave you suggested language, but if you want to allow 3 commercial vehicles, you could do that. I would advise you, and I'm not a lawyer, but I would advise you that creating an additional nonconformities here could be problematic legally.
Well, okay, but I mean, aren't you also taking away nonconformities? So what's like legally what are we talking
your
about?
standards are you're trying to always make legal nonconformities more conforming over time as opposed to less conforming over time.
So, but that's a subjective process, right?
I just needed to say that on the record.
Okay, but again, but still, it's our responsibility to basically to determine whether we as a commission think that it's less conforming than, and I mean, certainly we value the town planner's opinion on such things. So that's why you've stated it. So for sure. Bill?
You're on mute, Bill.
You're muted, Bill.
Apologies. I just wanted Zach to understand that, trucks that hold the forms are also considered vehicles, so I don't know what, I know from my experience, that would count as one of the 3 or 2. So you want to make sure that we are clear on that. And I did used to take vehicles to lanes, as Mr. Enrique did, and it was not a pretty well-run operation. So, and from my perspective, and per the neighbor and Keith, I think it would be less non-conforming if there's a less of an eyesore and trucks and parks and things and everything all over. So I'm inclined to be in favor of this as long as everybody understands how many vehicles. And I don't want Mr. Wetterman to, have somebody say, oh, you're over the limit or something. So I just want him to be clear as to what number of vehicles and what types of vehicles he'll be putting there.
All right, thanks, Bill. Larry?
Yeah, even though it's not an issue, conformity versus nonconformity, I think the environmental impact does give a mitigating factor. So if we're going to make a greater nonconformity by storing some lumber out of view behind the building, I appreciate that it's not as polluting as an auto body shop, and even though that's not strictly in the ordinance, I think of it as a mitigating factor if that's an appropriate thing to do.
Okay. All right. If we don't have any other questions or comments, then I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing on this item.
So moved.
Ted, have a second. Second from Bill. We have a motion and second to close. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and also vote yes.
Mr. Chair, would it be helpful if
Yes,
I
ma'am.
brought up the draft report so you could take a look at that as you're discussing?
Yes, please.
Give me just a moment.
All right.
Do I have the wrong thing up? What are you seeing right now?
No, this is correct.
Okay, I want to go to the second page where the 2 conditions in yellow are probably what you want to talk about, but.
Excuse me, could you enlarge that so us elderly folks can read it?
How small is it on your screen?
It's pretty small.
Small.
I don't know why that's doing that. Okay, hold on, give me a second.
It's hard, just FYI, Larry, it's hard to do on Word.
You hold
Word
command.
doesn't,
Yeah, there's a slider bar on the bottom right.
yeah.
That's
That has the
usually
zoom.
easy to use. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
other way.
Sorry.
Just hit the plus button with your.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There we
Better?
go.
Great,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Also, command plus and minus enlarges your screen.
Yes.
I'm not
People don't
that.
like using keyboards, unfortunately, Bill. I love using my keyboard, but people
Right.
hate it.
Shortcuts.
Yeah. Okay. So what are commissioners feeling in terms of new construction vehicles versus 1, which is allowed, versus 2 or 3?
I think we should go for 3.
May I interject one other thing?
Sure.
There's a very specific definition in the ordinance of what a construction vehicle is, so it may be helpful if I bring that up as well.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be good.
Because trucks are not a construction vehicle, but let me.
So you're talking about front end loaders and bulldozers,
Excavators.
Yeah.
excavators.
Let me bring this up.
I also think it has to do with the plating of it, whether it's plated as a commercial vehicle or not. I don't really know for sure, but that.
Okay, can you see this screen with the trucks circled?
Yeah.
Okay, so commercial vehicles are not full-size pickups. Those are not, generally not considered under the ordinance, commercial vehicles, so you can see what this says.
So I have a question then for Zach, is most of the vehicles that are trucks are gonna be pickup trucks, is that correct?
Yes, we have two construction vehicles currently, judging by this. And everything
And
else we
the
have everything else we have are like your basic pickup truck.
So you
The
have
two that you
panel
have, are they
vehicles.
circled in
panel
red or are
truck.
they circled in green?
We have two form trucks that would be in red.
So those are the form trucks.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine. And you're gonna park them in the back?
yes. And again, the one of those form trucks, I'd say 75% of the time stays on the job. It gets delivered to the job and stays there until it moves to the next job.
Right. So I'm in favor of what Ted had said with a total of.
All right, so, and we would, if we were to allow the two in red, we would say two the
Three.
You're doubly violating the ordinance there. I'm not even sure. I think you have to call it a class
well,
3 or higher vehicles. You would have to give a number of class 3 or higher vehicles allowed.
okay. All right.
Because they're currently prohibited.
Yep.
I'm gonna go back to the report if that's okay.
Sure.
So the form trucks would be class 3 trucks, is that correct?
Well, I mean, they were grouped together as 3 or 4.
Yeah.
In that table.
That's, form truck is a bigger vehicle.
Okay. All right. We know what Ted's, any other feelings from the commissioners? Number of vehicles? Right. And so we would figure out the, in this instance, and we would figure out the exact correct language, but basically you understand the intent of if we say 3
yeah,
vehicles?
I would appreciate if somebody made a motion to amend the staff report with very specific language about what it is you want to allow.
Yep, we will do that. And let's just talk about the storage of materials and what we want to do there.
I have another question for Zach. Is there any reason that you can't store your 2x10s and 2x8s inside the building? I mean, it was a garage. It has garage doors, correct?
It does, and we could. It just would get I think a little tight in there. We have like a meeting space, or we're trying to set up a meeting space, and we have other supplies like nails, anchor bolts, indoor stuff. Generally, the 2x are kept outside.
No, I know. I understand.
Well, if we were to modify 8 to say that materials external to the building have to be stored in the back of, and in a way that is not visible from the road.
Okay.
And we could make it specific to 2x8s or I forget, Zach, what size wood, but to make it language that only boards could be scored back there.
Yeah.
2x8s and 2x12s, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, can I just add, even though this is right near Route 77 where there's a stoplight, most people drive by this at 30 to 40 miles an hour. I mean, if we're trying to prevent something unsightly, most people drive by lanes, auto body shop right now.
I get that, but there's also neighbors that
and they don't
live,
even
that have
know it's there.
backyards.
They don't even know it's there.
Sure. There's also neighbors that have backyards, and the whole point of what we're doing right now is we're just trying, it's a non-conforming lot that we're trying to make less non-conforming, right? And so
Yeah,
if they were, it's great that this is the current plan to use, but if we're gonna approve this, it needs to be approved in a way that like the next person that tries to move in and utilize the space is required to only be able to do the same thing or
Right.
less,
Right.
right?
Right.
So that's the only reason why we're putting these restrictions in there.
So if I'm understanding it from what Zach has said, there's just 2 form trucks, so we could limit the class 3 to just 2, and then the rest of them are just regular pickup trucks, so they're not under that.
Correct. I guess the only
But I
reason for-
would, I'm sorry, but I would suggest that we limit the commercial, the form trucks or the commercial trucks or however you want to call them to 3. He's got 2 now, but hopefully the business is successful and it expands at some point. And we don't want him to have to move just because he can't park his equipment at the site.
Yeah.
Okay,
That is actually why I said 3. So I appreciate that comment.
that's fine. So
All
what
right.
we're saying is we're going to allow 3 class 3 vehicles to be parked in the rear and the storage of lumber in the rear out of sight. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is there a big enough
Right.
footprint for that?
Yes.
Pretty good size back there.
Okay, so would someone like to make a motion to adjust what are we calling this officially, Ann? An approval notice?
Yeah, it's not a letter, so notice is fine, yeah.
We're going to amend the approval notice. Would anyone like to make a motion on that, please?
I'll make a motion to amend the approval letter to delete number 7 and 8 under the additional conditions and replace them with a number 7 that says that no more than 3 class 3 vehicles can be stored on site with storage away towards the back of the facility, and that 8 is eliminated.
Okay. Do a second.
Second.
All right. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I'm wondering if 8 should be restricted to lumber.
I think that's what he said.
So it's
So
lumber
yes.
and it's lumber and forming materials. So yeah, it's
So,
all
but, yeah, forming materials aren't necessarily lumber, but they're yes. So forming
Yeah,
materials
so
is fine.
does 8 need to be modified to reflect that fact?
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
then I'll amend it to say we'll add 8 and they'll say no storage of materials exterior to the building with the exception of lumber and forming materials.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks. Any other discussion? We have a motion approval in a second. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes,
Ted Sands,
Yes,
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I'll also vote yes. Right, and next one.
Okay, just a second here. The next item is 480 New England Road, map 84, lot 34, zone R5. The applicant owner is Sarah Delaventura on behalf of Bishop's Orchards. This is a special permit to allow non-agricultural ancillary uses per section 6.1 F.1 little e. I hope those are ones and not L's, but I will confirm that.
All right.
Hi, guys. It's Sarah Delaventura. On behalf of Bishop's Orchards, we are looking to add to our agritainment, what we call our agritainment area at 480 New England Road, where we This is where we host, it's up by Guilford High School, where it's a 140-acre piece of property that we host. That's where we do pick your own apples. Currently we do our pick your own pumpkins up there now. And a number of other wagon rides. Our corn maze is located there. And some of the things that we're looking to add specifically, it's what's called a mega slide, is considered when working with Jamie back when we went for a building permit for the structure for it. It was considered kind of non-farm use in the previous regulations. So we are looking to, now that the new regulations have been passed and there is a section in there that would allow for this, we're looking for approval to expand that area to non-farm activities, but are considered farm activities in the current day for a lot of farms across the country. Other activities that we do there, we have a corn pit, little building that kids play in corn kernels as opposed to sand. We have a pedal cart track, a bubble barn. We have a couple jump pads. We have an apple train that's pulled by a tractor for kids. It was used this past weekend at the Little Folks Fair. So simple activities, nothing crazy. They would run during the hours of anything open to the public for our pick your own hours is the same time they would run, which typically ends by 6 p.m. during the fall as late as we go due to lighting.
Okay. Do we have any site plans or photos or anything to look at?
Yep, I can bring up the application in just a second. Second, sorry, my screen is getting weird.
Great.
Can you see that full screen? Because I can't.
Yes.
Yep.
So Sarah, do you want to walk through these slides and I'll advance them?
Sure. And there's some other slides too that but this is trying to think if you want to go into yeah, they're still loading, but that's fine, Ann, if you want to start on that one, I'm happy to. So in the one, it's really small now, to see there in the middle of the screen there, that is, if you look at the bottom right corner of this kind of Google Earth image, that's the New England Road. That's where the entrance is off of New England Road into the property. And along the tree line there at the bottom where you kind of see the parking, that's the road that we have going into the property. There's designated parking areas for approximately 8 acres of parking that we have specifically during the fall season. We're talking September and October when people come out to us to pick apples and pumpkins. In the yellow outlined area there, that is what we're designating as the kind of what we're calling the agritainment area. Some of it is farmed on right now. We have peach trees up at the top left-hand side of that box. And currently right now where you see, obviously there's two shadows because it's different times that Google Earth took these images. The lighter box in the right-hand corner on the top there is the strawberries and partially our corn maze. Over time it's evolved. We will be expanding the corn maze and changing the shape a little bit as we remove strawberries from the field. Biggest area, this is the area that we would designate. We're not currently using it all, but we want to be able to have the ability to move things as needed and to conform to the needs of the business. Specifically, crop rotation plays into a big part in this. Certain like strawberries, for example, those fields need to be rotated every 3 to 4 years. So that's why we have a bigger area set for it. But it would be contained to this area to be able to continue farming without interruption on the rest of the property. It's kind of all centralized with parking. As far as, we don't have any outdoor lighting. We do have electricity that we put in, went before you guys last year, that was brought up for the building, but we do not have any outdoor lighting at this time, nor do we have any plans to. So everything, like I said, mentioned, is going to be during daylight hours. The earliest we open is 8:30 a.m. this time of year for Pick Your Own Crops, but this would mostly be summer and fall months. And so that's usually an 8:30, 9 a.m. start at the earliest. Trying to think what else here. Porta potties, we don't have any, do not have septic up there. We are using porta potties, and those are moved into different areas around the property, not only for our staff and farmers, the farm workers to use over the course of the entire property, but also for our customers' ease of convenience too. So those can move too, depending on what we're doing and what we're picking. We move them all over, kind of depending on where people are in the field. As mentioned, the activities, some of the things that we have, we've got the hay pyramid that we've done for years. We used to do it down at the Little Red Barn. Now that all the activities that we had down there have moved up to this area. So this is a picture last year when we were kind of transforming the area with the simple activities before it got started. But that's again marking the area of the agritainment. And you can see the corn maze in there as well. That's the pedal cart track, corn crib. The area, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
The area that is circled at the top left of the screen would be the site for what we're calling called the mega slide. It's a 2-lane slide that kids and adults can go down. It's a tube ride. And there's an example of exactly what it looks like. So, we will be putting through an application for a building permit. We have engineered plans for the platform so they can get up to it. And then again, on the left side of this picture, in that area, it's a rocky ledge area, we can't farm there. We can't do anything with that land. That's where we've designated for the slide to go. And then you can see the parking in that picture too, where it's not a formal, it's not paved gravel. There's some rock in some areas we've had to fill in just because of, ruts and stuff like that. Very minimal, but that's the parking for the fall time. Typical to what we've always done on farmland.
Okay. One question that comes to mind, and is we have obviously in the application, it looks like there's a list of things that is included, but not to, or I forget the language that it said there, but like you also wanted the ability to do other things that aren't listed. I think, my question is, how do we put in here something where this specific thing exceeds that list and needs to come back to either a special permit modification or a building permit or whatever?
Yeah. Apologies, they're vacuuming in the office. So I can bring up, I drafted a draft approval notice. There are a number of conditions there that I think can be tweaked by the commission, but let me
we can talk
share
about
that
it at that point.
But I have in those additional conditions, which we can talk about later, that, a proposed condition would be that substantial changes to the agritainment activities besides those listed in the application will be required to apply for modification of the special permit.
Yeah. So okay, we'd have to figure out like what's that line then, right? Because it's the reason I'm asking Sarah is just because it's a huge area, right? So, but I mean, I guess certainly if whatever you were going to do requires a building permit, then that probably crosses the line into needing a special permit modification. Ann, would you say that?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Bill.
All of this is existing as of last fall?
What do you see as existing?
There's been a couple seasons that we've been doing some of these activities. The big thing that brought it to attention was the mega slide. We had purchased it 2 years ago, went to get the building permit for it to put it up. And that's when Jamie and we kind of said, oh, like it's she kind of questioned with the regulations. She said it's in the new regulations and she wanted to wait and not have us apply for put the permit in because of the fact that the new regulations were underway. So it's been 2 years in the waiting for this. That's probably the biggest thing that we would look that we would look to have. Again, it's non-farm use. Other things we've got are hard, like I said, there's a hay pyramid. We've always done that down on Route 1. The hay maze, the corn maze, corn pit, a bubble barn. I mean, there's buckets of bubbles for kids to use bubble wands on. I mean, nothing that we're doing is looking to be extravagant or anything crazy that, we're not putting roller coasters in or a Ferris wheel or.
And where does the car?
Sarah, this is Sean Cosgrove. So do you expect the activities to be seasonal? And secondly, have you figured out what kind of traffic patterns would occur on New England Road?
So, I mean, I can't imagine that the traffic patterns would change any more than what they already are in the fall for people coming up to pick your own apples. I mean, that's why we have that stuff there, is because the traffic's already there. It's just to enhance the customer's experience while they're there and to prolong their stay and their visit with us on the farm.
Bill?
So,
But these activities would be seasonal.
So, oh, sorry, that was the first part of your question. My apologies. Yes, they'd be seasonal, summer and fall. Right now, currently fall. We haven't set up the area or anything. There's certain things that are already there, but we're not open for the summer at this point. We would like to extend into the summer if possible, just to run concurrently with pick your own strawberries, blueberries, things that we already have going on up there. But at this time, the predominant season is the fall, September and October.
No, I mean, the idea is that people could come and do a variety of things, not just pick their own berries and fruits, but to engage in a, recreational activity.
Yep,
Right?
exactly.
Bill Freeman?
Yeah, I just was curious about the traffic. I'm glad you brought that up, Sean.
So let me dovetail off of that then, because this is a special permit mod, so we're talking about everything, and I will. Maybe Ann can help talk about my question here, but is I get that we don't have to do formal parking, that it doesn't necessarily have to have like a full-on number of parking spaces and all that stuff regulated, but at the same time, have you guys brought the fire marshal or whatever on site to look at the on and off again and whether you need 2 ways to get onto New England Road instead of the one, or that drives kind of like, and the reason why I bring this up, and you can tell me what you kind of think you are planning on doing, but last year it rained multiple weekends in a row. I probably don't have to remind you of such things. And then the first weekend when it was really nice, that place was crammed, like absolutely crammed. And it was a little, I felt like it was a little touchy in terms of getting in and getting out without having to squeeze past people on that little driveway.
Yep. Yeah, so we're currently working on just kind of expanding that a little bit, just to that driveway, just so it's a more defined, route in and out, so that there is more space. We do have it one entrance and one exit, but there is one main road that goes into it. We will be working on traffic patterns. We've already discussed getting, I mean, the rain, Scott, I hate talking about last fall. It was terrible for us. But I mean,
which is why everyone at the same time.
Exactly. It's not going to be like that this year. That's our hope. That, and it also, prohibits, with muddiness and things like that. And so that it slows things down, but we are working with that and trying to expand and make that much more conducive for people and comfortable for the parking and the ease there. One of them is an expanded, one of the areas marked on the map that Ann had pulled up for parking has never been parking before. It was Strawberry Land. And that field is going out, and we just planted new strawberries somewhere else because of the crop rotation, and that we're not going to put back to strawberries, that we're going to designate that for additional overflow parking that we've never had before.
Okay. How do we, I don't know, maybe some of the other commissioners have dealt with this before in past times, but how do you handle, life safety basically on on a farmland site that's being used for this. You know,
Hello. Can I
um,
ask a question, please? I'm a resident on New England Road.
sure, we'll open it up for public comment in a second, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott, if I could just interject.
Sure.
If you look at this section of the ordinance, there is a line that says, and I'll quote this, it's .2, it shall be the responsibility of the owner to provide adequate off-street parking for the activity, provide safe and adequate access and egress, and to manage traffic flow as it may be necessary. That's as far as the ordinance goes. Given that it is a special permit, you could add, you know, additional language there, but it isn't very specific about how to achieve those goals.
Okay.
And we've,
So
and
then
just to expand on that, I mean, we have staff that we hire for parking. So we do have parkers in the parking lot, moving people, making sure people are moving safely, watching children. We try to designate certain, we changed the parking direction last year specifically for ease of cars backing out to make sure that the rows were wider. So we may have lost a few parking spaces last year. Not many, but just changing the direction so that there was that safety consideration. You know, I hate saying it, but we did, and it was not a farm accident, but we did have someone have a medical emergency in the parking lot last year. You know, it took that into consideration. The fire trucks, there's egress stuff in the areas for them fire trucks to get in. They've been on the property multiple times, even to the time where someone called from the middle of the corn maze because they got lost and that they felt 911 was the best place to call. So they've been up there during the busiest of days up there and understand the flow. So and safety is obviously our biggest concern. Obviously anything is a liability to us as business owners. So we will comply in every way to make sure that every guest there has their safety comes first.
Yeah. And would you suggest that we have the fire marshal go look at it, or what do you think?
That wouldn't be out of the question. You could ask the applicant to have a walkthrough with the fire marshal at the beginning of the season when the actual parking areas to be used.
To just plan out, okay, well, this is where our fire lane's gonna be, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This is the turnaround, because those trucks need turnarounds and whatnot, right? So at least so that the fire marshal's comfortable that if he does have to go to the site, he can get in and out how he needs to and whatnot. So that makes sense to me that at the beginning of the season you would just bring the fire marshal out to check things, especially because it sounds like you're going to make enhancements, you're going to make adjustments, so that lets us feel comfortable that every year, you know, it's okay for the fire and ambulance.
Sure.
The other question is semi-related again, because sorry, my background in construction, that's why I have to deal with apartment buildings and whatnot, and egress is a big thing. And is there anything about egress from a fenced-in area? Because I'm not sure, Sarah, I'm not sure last year I was there, I'm not sure I saw like emergency exits. And I get from a security perspective why you wouldn't put them in, but I feel like you might want, I don't know what we would say, if there's anything we can stipulate there and to say that it's safe to be in there, and if everyone needed to get out real fast, would they be able to?
Sorry, Scott, are you talking about the agri-tainment area, the fenced in area?
Yeah, the big fenced in area, yeah.
Yep. So there's 2 gates there opposite where the entrance is into the agri-tainment area. At the other end, at the top where the mega slide is, that area, that end of the field, there is a gate with millings with a driveway. That's actually how an ambulance got in there for someone had an allergic reaction to it. There's, yep.
So is it like, hopefully it's not like padlocked, there's a way for people to open it if they need to get out like quickly?
We have staff members that are over there for that reason. There is a lock on it so that people aren't sneaking in without paying.
Yeah, I understand that part, but I don't know. Okay.
I still have a question, Scott.
Sure, Bill.
So I'm not as concerned about the parking up on the site. I mean, 8 acres of parking is a lot of parking.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about the egress back onto the I'd assume that's a secondary that you enter in and out of, into and off of, you know, to get in and out of the site. What's it? I've never gone in there. I don't know what it's like. I don't know what it's like on a busy day. Is it a lot of traffic? Is there, do you hire police to come and help get people in and out of the site? And what's the situation?
So we don't hire police. We've talked to the police department many times in regards to different properties in this time of year. But as far as, so police, no, but we do hire staff that is in charge. They wear vests, they have flags, and they are there to assist people parking, coming and going, in traffic.
Are they actually managing the traffic onto the main road there that you access?
They have not managed the traffic coming onto the road. Usually, so in the past, we have not had, usually when we see a backup on New England Road is people who are knocking down the gate for us to open the gates at the morning hours, who want to be the first ones there to pick apples and do whatever. So usually there's a quick backup there. And again, not all the time. And then we did have the experience last year where it rained every single weekend. And there was a day, you know, everybody decided, finally we had a sunny Sunday, I think it was, and everyone decided to come out and get their fall activities all done at one time. And that we saw a backup on New England Road at that time, trying to get vehicles in.
Has there ever been any traffic incidences as people enter or exit back onto the highway?
Knock on wood, we have not had any incidents.
Have you ever thought of a plan of only allowing people to turn right into the site, not turn left into the site? Or do you haven't had an experience of backup, so it hasn't mattered?
So we haven't had we haven't had it. That's why years ago we put in the entrance directly across from school side there, so that was an entrance only, because the other one that's further down is angled. It's a very hard turn to get in, to take a left-hand turn off of New England Road onto it. So we left it so it was a perpendicular entrance, and it's wide enough for 2 cars. So if we needed to go in and out of that way, which we did previously, it was possible, but it's a 2-lane entrance only, perpendicular off of New England Road. We haven't thought about doing just to circle traffic around, and I mean, is it possible? Yes, it's just, you know, a lot more signage to get people to try to flow around or turn around in the high school parking lot and wait to pull out there, or go down school side and over Flag Marsh and back up. It's just a little trickier.
All right, any other questions for commissioners before we open up to public comment?
Basically, what we're approving is the slide thing, essentially.
Well, it's a special permit modification. The reason why it's coming to us is because of the slide, yes, but you know, it's
basically everything else that there is already under a special permit, correct?
Well, yes. Well, no, it's not already under a special permit. It was put in based off of the current regulations allowed. Those
everything
uses.
that's there has been permitted at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
There was an outbuilding that got permitted because it was farm use, and it had a building permit and all that. But the fenced in area and all those play structures you saw, those were considered to be part of.
Okay.
I mean, and you can correct me if I'm speaking wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the course of events there.
I don't have the back history on this, so we just put it in as a special permit under the new ordinance for all of the agri-tainment activities.
Okay. And so that's kind of what we're doing, is we're not only talking about the big slide, but also just making sure that we, feel like the use in general.
Umbrella with the new ordinance.
Yeah. So we'll open up to public comment. We've got 2 people that have been waiting patiently. Appreciate that. So first we'll go with D. If you want to say your name and address for the record, please.
Unmute.
You're muted. Yep, but you're muted. You'll have to unmute.
There we go. I'm Dee Jacobs, 61 Cherry Street, Guilford. I'm also president of Shoreline Chamber of Commerce, which is Guilford, Brantford, and North Brantford. What farms do in order to survive is a big focus of what our job is in terms of ensuring that our communities and businesses thrive. And so the push in terms of particularly our farmlands and what keeps our farms going is finding new ways to expand agrotourism and agrotainment. And so as we look at other farms in the arena, you know, others have farm stores, they add corn mazes, they add animal rides and all. This is really what allows them to get more during a seasons that are affected by weather, attendance affected by weather. And so I'm strongly in favor, and the chamber strongly in favor of the growth of whatever helps agrotourism and agrotainment, particularly in this property in New England. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next hand up I saw is Steven's iPad. If you want to state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kathy Gatto and I'm at 443 New England Road. And I have two questions. One is the letter we received mentioned that they would be serving farm winery products. I didn't hear if that was mentioned or not.
Yeah, there's going to be a second application that we're going to discuss right after this one. That will be that one.
Okay. And then the other part of my question does have to do with the traffic on New England Road. The road is very busy already because of the high school. And whenever it's seasonal, whenever there's apple picking or pumpkin, since they moved their pumpkins, it's gotten much busier. I wondered if the town would consider additional stop signs by Schoolside Lane at the top where the entrance and exit to New Bishops is currently located.
Yep, it's a great point. We can certainly, I would certainly recommend proposing that to I don't know if it would be Public Works or Engineering, or just send it to the First Selectman Matt Hoey if you'd like, and get that process on their radar for sure.
Thank you.
Yep. Right. Enrique, state your name and address for the record, please. And you're muted, so you'll have to unmute.
Thank you. Enrique Zuccarelli, 62 Cardinal Drive. Just a brief comment to speak in favor of the application on the grounds that this builds and strengthens our community and given the pristine reputation of the applicant as a staunch supporter of our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then we have Bob and Roma is the name on the Zoom. Address, name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Bob Schlitter, 201 Briarwood Drive. And so my backyard is the orchard. And so Briarwood Drive is a very quiet, dead-end street. And we've been here for about 34 years. Overall, it's very quiet, except for, you know, the machinery that goes through the orchard, and, you know, whether they're fertilizing or whatever. And we have, you know, the families going by, and it's relatively quiet. What my concern is that, and I heard the comment by the Chamber of Commerce person that do whatever we can to keep these orchards going. And I think we need to draw a line somewhere when we start getting into, and we haven't gotten there yet, but when it starts to expand to the point where it starts to intrude on people's privacy and right to a quiet neighborhood, which is why we are here and have been here for all these years. And so you did mention that there's going to be something else talked about after this, another application talked about after this, but I think we just need to be careful that we don't get into the point where we start bringing in machine operated rides and things that start making a lot of noise. And if there is the intent of bringing bands in to have as a to add to, let's say, the atmosphere of potential winery, that type of thing, I think that all affects the neighborhood and everyone on the neighborhood. So we can hear everything. It's amazing. I mean, it is, like I said, the orchard is in my backyard and I can hear everything. So having something like that added to the orchard where it becomes a noise issue, that's one of my concerns.
Bob, that's a great point. Sarah, can you speak about whether we're planning on doing any sort of amplified noise or sound or anything like that?
At this time, no. And I think anything that if we did do anything, it would be under the 8 days that would be permitted, that we wouldn't need to go for a special permit. For as according to the regulations, and again, it would be daytime. I know we are planning on August 17th, as a heads up, it's a Saturday, a retirement / succession celebration. Generation 5 is retiring officially and Generation 6 is taking over. There is a chance that we have a very light band there for a couple hours in the afternoon hours. But sound would be down. It's not, nothing. And the reason it would be is going to be there is because we lost our Little Red Barn. So we don't have a place to host the event. But besides that, that's not our intention, is to bring music. We get it. That's, a spot that we've looked at in the past to do those types of things, but in a courtesy to the neighbors, that's exactly as Mike, I think, sorry, I can't remember his name that just spoke. Bob, sorry, Bob. Looking on my screen for you. That's, we realize that that's a residential area. We're not looking to, we will want to be good neighbors. We're not looking to drive anyone out or to be annoyed with us.
So if, just to ask Sarah as a follow-up, if we were to approve, would you be fine if we put a stipulation in there about amplified music or noise?
If it was, yes, I would be, but I wouldn't want it to be that we couldn't ever do it, or have any type of music up there, but I don't mind a restriction at this time. And if we had to go for a special permit to do something, that wouldn't be, but I mean, as long as the wording was correct and that we weren't limited to never doing it and never playing anything. I get it. You can hear the high schools. My sister lives across the street, on school side. And just like I'm sure Bob can hear, you hear the high school when those speakers are there, they have the games there. You can hear the loudspeaker there. Again, we'd be looking at daytime, hours, during light within the ordinance if we needed to do anything special up there for an event.
And is there a minimum allowance like what Sarah mentioned? Right here.
Said something about 8 days. What is, could you clarify that?
Yeah, there in the ordinance, I'm just gonna share my screen really quick because it's a table. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Hold on.
We can see it.
You can see it big?
What am I supposed to look at though?
Section 6.1.
F, okay.
The bottom block.
1F, a special permit, it's a weird thing because the special permit's used for either condition for amplified sound after 5 p.m.
Right, that's correct, after 5 p.m.
So you, as part of this application, you would like approval for 1 to 8 days per calendar year by special permit, basically? Or would we have to do a separate special permit for that, Ann?
Well, this application is under E.
Yeah.
And there wasn't anything applied for under F. But you could surely modify.
Oh, I got you. I'm sorry. So Sarah, are you saying that you want to do the 1 to 8 days before 5 o'clock? Is that what you're saying you fall under?
It would, I follow,
What you
yeah.
mean?
No, I know these regulations, unfortunately, like the back of my hand at this
Yeah.
point in the section. So it would be under F. From my understanding, we would not need a special permit because we do not have we would not be doing anything after 5 p.m. It would be during the daytime hours when we're open.
Right.
Okay. So then you wouldn't need us to, we would just say that, how would we word that then, Ann, to say that if they wanted to change?
Yeah, in the draft, what I put as a condition, just to confirm this, I said no amplified sound will be allowed after 5 p.m.
Okay.
And then we could amend that and say unless a separate.
Unless they come back for a special permit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
But
Thanks.
to be clear, you can have amplified sound before 5 p.m. any day, anytime?
Yeah, that based off that regulation, yeah.
Right.
It's allowed, yes.
All right.
Do we want to put some restriction on decibel level?
I mean, that falls under the town ordinance is usually how we handle that.
Good.
All right, we got a couple other public comments here. Mike Toussaint, do you want to state your name and address for the record, please?
Sure, Mike Toussaint, 1250 Long Hill Road, and I can't believe you pronounced my name correctly, so thanks for that. Sarah, I have no problem with what you want to do. I think the more outdoor activities we have in this town, the better. My property, like yours, Bob, butts right up against. I mean, I look out my backyard and I see the strawberry fields, I see everything. So my two biggest concerns are, is the plan to put up any additional fencing? Because as you know, I mean, I know you spoke to my wife, we have 7 horses on our property, and I just want to make sure no one will wander off into our pastures, which could put the horses or the riders at danger. So that's my number one. And I mean, I'm happy to work with you to put up some type of fencing if it works, but I know there's the access road we don't want to block off for emergency purposes. But my second question is that access road. It's right up against our riding ring. So is the intention to ever utilize that for additional to and from? Or I was really happy to hear right now you're planning on only New England Road. And I know that doesn't bode well for the people on New England Road, but because that road is so close to our riding ring, we're concerned with the health of our riders and the safety of our riders. So if you could just answer those. Other than that, I have no problem. I love live music. I can hear the high school anyway. So if it's music, I have no problem with that.
Yes, can I answer that? So what Mike is talking about is, we have a driveway access off of Long Hill Road too. Right now it's just a gated property, and it's, Mike's property is otherwise, it was formerly known, it's the Songstrong property, if anyone's familiar with it. Songstrong, where they have the horses. And I met Gretchen, Mike's wife, a few weeks back, and I'm actually checking out that driveway just to see if we kind of keep it back for, again, emergency vehicles, any exit that we need to make sure it's clear. At this time, Mike, we do not have any plans to use that, only in the case of emergency. Not to say that it couldn't be used in the future, but if that was the case, that would be something that we would be talking to you specifically about, and making sure that there was an agreement between us with that it worked out for you as a neighbor, again, being courteous. As far as fencing, we don't have any intention. So that property right now where it abuts your property is where the corn maze will expand to. So people actually won't be able to, you're going to see nothing but corn. And when the corn maze expands to that section right against your property, that is fenced in. So there's no access there.
I thought that's where the slide was going. That's where my biggest concern.
No, further on the other side of the corn maze is where the slide's going. Yep. So we're not letting the public walk down to that area where you are.
Okay. All right, great. No, thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. And then Joel Hollander, please state your name and address for the record. You are muted, so you'll have to unmute if you're still there. All right. Perhaps Joel will come back. Do we have any other hands raised for public comment on this item? See any?
Now, Scott.
Oh, there we go, Joel. We got you. Yep.
Yes,
State your name and
I
address for the
hadn't
record,
planned to
please.
speak tonight, but I think I really think that great emphasis needs to be given to the fact, and obviously it goes without saying, that the Bishop family's range of activities in our beloved town have been, from what I regard, as clean, healthy, and reasonable for 150 years. And however, with Agra Entertainment, which is a fascinating new word for me, which has just occurred primarily with their family only in the last 10 or 15 years, I believe that the proposal application appears to be an extension of the Agra Entertainment already being conducted on busy Route 1. And likewise, on New England Road, I believe it would be clean, healthy, and reasonable. Obviously, with public safety concerns expressed tonight, those can be addressed as conditions and probably should be. So I heartily endorse the proposal before your commission.
Thank you. We have Keith Bishop with his hand raised.
Yep. Hi there, Keith Bishop again, 25 Meadow Ridge Lane. I'm wholeheartedly behind the plan that is being presented by my daughter, and where we're continuing to go to maintain our farm and prosperity for Guilford, and bring in folks for picking and enjoying our farm activities here that will keep us viable as a farm opportunity for the 313 acres we have here in Northford. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands raised at the moment. Last call for public comment on this one. All right. Andy, how's the best way for us to confirm the stipulations that we would do if we wanted to approve or deny this application?
Let me bring up, did you close the, well, we need to
We did
close
not
the
close
public
public hearing yet.
hearing.
No.
Let me bring up the draft report and then you guys can chew on that a little bit. So give me
All right.
just a second.
You had it up for a second there.
Yeah, I lost it. There we go.
There we go.
So this report has on, the front page has our standard conditions for special permits. The additional conditions 7 through 11 were just talking points I threw in case you wanted to include these or not include these, but it's a start.
Okay, thank you. So we talked about the amplified noise already being will be not allowed after 5. That's already part of what we discussed. The hours of operation, Sarah, you said basically 8 if we put it between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m., it sounds like that's basically what you are doing. Is that correct? Yep. Okay. So
Or you could say daylight hours.
or just daylight.
Daylight hours would be appreciated.
I mean, depends on when daylight savings starts and stops and whatnot these days. It's crazy right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I don't have a big problem with that. So that's fine with me. All permanent structures will require a building permit and zoning permit prior to erection. I don't think anybody's going to complain about that stipulation, and shall be 10 responsibility owner to provide adequate off-street parking. We talked about this one as well. Safe and adequate. Would you add the fire marshal part of it to this, Anne, or would we have a separate stipulation about the fire marshal?
Either way, I would, if you're gonna make a motion to change it, I would suggest saying something like an annual walkthrough with the fire marshal of the proposed traffic management should happen prior to
Opening
a
for the
date
season.
or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
How would we mark that? I know Sarah just ran away, but how would
I'm here.
okay, how would we mark, Sarah, the beginning of your season? How would we mark when the right time is for you to do the walk with the fire marshal?
I'd say before Labor Day.
Okay.
The week before
Sure.
Labor Day. We open for the season, for the busy season for Pick Your Own Apples, Labor Day weekend.
Okay, so basically by the 1st of September.
Yes.
I guess that doesn't exactly catch Labor Day, does it? But you know what I mean.
But it's
Anne
always
knows what I mean.
It's always before Labor Day. So there you go.
All right, good, perfect. All right, and then let's see, substantial changes to the agri-tainment would having to come back for modification. So that's something we discussed, and that's not going to be a big one either. Commissioners, does that catch everything that we've talked about in terms of stipulations for this?
That was for me.
I guess the only thing for me is, and Sarah, we can help. What? Do we put a stipulation in there? There has to be a certain amount of emergency exits or something from the fenced in area. Or Anne, do you have any suggestions for me on alleviating that concern?
Well, I think if the fire marshal has concerns that they will,
Yeah, he's
request
he's in charge of the egress as well, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
So okay, all right. So that'll be part of his walk then. Or at least he'll be in charge of discussing that with you. Okay. That's fine.
So to be clear, can I just enumerate the changes and then
Changes will be made based off the discussion that we just had.
excellent, thank you.
Yep. All right. If we don't have anything to discuss left on that, would a commissioner like to make a motion? Oh, no, motion to close the public hearing on this item?
Make a motion that we close the public hearing on this.
Second,
Bill, thank you. Do I have a second?
Sam,
Second from Sean. All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
aye.
and I also vote yes. All right, would a commissioner like to make a motion for this application?
Do we just make a motion to accept the stipulations as so stated?
Yeah,
As
well, to
amended.
accept so you would make a motion to per the approval notice and with the additional revisions that were just discussed prior.
Okay, so I make a motion, we accept the official motion with the additional amendments as per stated previously.
Thanks. Do I have a second? Who said that? That was too fast. Thank you, Ted. You turned off your screen. Okay, so discussion. Anything else that commissioners want to discuss? For me, I think it's a great use. I've obviously been there. That's not obviously with my young children and whatnot, but I'm happy that we are going to have eyes on it in terms of safety. That was the only concern that I really had in that area. And also happy to see that there's lots of discussions going on with neighbors, and it seems like that will continue to be a concern for the family. So that's something that I like to see as well. Any other discussion points from commissioners? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, Larry Rizzolo?
Yes.
Ted Sands?
Yes.
Bill Freeman?
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove?
Yes.
And I'll also vote yes. All right, Ann?
Okay. The next item on our agenda is 480 New England Road. Excuse me, map 84, lot 34, zone R5. The applicant owner is Sarah Delaventura on behalf of Bishop's Orchards. This is a special permit to allow farm winery operations per section 6.1.g.
Okay, so hi again. I'm Sarah Delaventura for Bishop's Orchards. So this is last year. This is something we've been looking to do in the past. We have not been able to. I'm sorry. Is there any back feed for you guys? I'm going to ask that first. Okay.
Nope.
I have it going on 2 devices because it looked like I was losing power at my house. So what we in the past, per our farm winery license, we've only been able to with the state liquor laws and permit, we've only been allowed to sell our stuff that we manufacture, our wines and hard cider specifically on the 1355 property at the retail market. That's where we manufacture and make our hard cider and wine. Last year it passed through the state that farm wineries would be allowed to sell their product on other property owned that was not contiguous, owned by the winery. So we are looking to sell wine by the glass and hard cider by the glass during the fall and for any events or things that we are doing up there on the property, whether it's a farm to table dinner. And that would, this permit that we need the town approval and this permit first before we can apply for the liquor permit through the state. So some of the questions I hope I addressed, if you saw what I wrote in the second amended
can you
packet.
walk us through the specific application of what you're asking?
Yep. So not seeing it specifically, but we're just asking for us to be able to sell and to serve our wine and hard cider on the property at 480 New England Road while we are open for operation for the pick your own season, when we're open to the public, as well as the possibility of private events if we do, which we have done in the past for farm to table dinners. This would allow us to serve it up there as well on that property.
Is that limited to certain areas on the property, or is it you're asking for the entire property?
So the whole property, if you look at the site map that I had submitted, as Ann and I had discussed.
Can you see if you can find that?
Yep, I got it.
So, yeah, it's a different side, and that obviously shows the parking. There's another page. So
I have another, oh, there we go.
there it is.
There you go.
There you go. So this is the entire property. Again, you're looking at the far right of your screen is New England Road. The top left is the water tower. And that's further up on New England Road. Again, down the south is Briarwood. So the reason, so we have left off, you can see where the red marks are in that kind of area where we talked about with the last permit, that parking area, the entrance, the driveway, that is an area that we would not have any alcohol available. People wouldn't be able to consume it. They wouldn't be able to bring it into the parking lot, take it out there. We wouldn't serve it there. Everything in the back area, the reason, primarily the area would be the same area that was kind of circled in that, I say the agritainment area, kind of that hub for where we've, would have a food truck or where we've sold, other food items up there during the fall season that was marked out in the last application. But the reason why it is extended on this application for the wine for us to be able to serve up there is that we have done farm to table dinners privately. We've done as small as a group of 8 and as large as a group of 50 on the property in various spots that are further north, up where you kind of see that the dirt area kind of towards on the north side there, like up further in the orchard. Yep, and circling on it now. That up in that area is where you can actually see Long Island Sound. It's actually the northernmost area tip in elevation in south of Route 80. So there's a beautiful view on a clear day of Long Island Sound as well as Long Island. You can see all the way out there. We've done farm to tables just because of the views up there. We have a couple ponds, irrigation ponds on the property, just because of where they're nestled in little nooks around the field. We've done farm to table dinners there. So we didn't want this to, we're not looking to necessarily constantly serve or have this regular or have bars all over the place. That is not the intention here. The intention for the entire property is so that we've got the ability to serve alcohol if in that area, if there is in fact a farm to table dinner, or people are purchasing a glass of hard cider and taking a wagon ride through the orchard in the fall, or walking and picking apples to be able to do that. So that's why there is that extensive area. It's just, we don't want to be limited. We did this with the Little Red Barn. We had that whole property except for the parking lot outside of the front of the Little Red Barn. It just gives us legally the safety. So if someone walks up into the orchard and is holding a glass of wine, we're not in violation of our permit.
Where does the aggregate entertainment, I'm having a hard time piecing together the two different, is this just a different look?
The agro entertainment, Bill, the agro entertainment is the part that's above the orange parking. So you see the orange, yeah, she's circling it right now.
Circling it right now.
So this is an older photograph.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
It's Google Maps. I can't, unless I do a drone footage ourselves.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't, missing a whole nother project.
Yep. So it's just, so I didn't circle that because it's not necessarily this, it's not staying, we don't want to restrict ourselves to the same area where the agritainment is for people to consume or for us to serve alcohol.
So what are the state, and we don't have to get into too many detail, but when you are serving, do they require you to like designate for each event an area that you're going to be serving in, or is it really just this entire area? I guess I would imagine that you do restrict it because you don't want people just wandering around the whole site, right?
To give you an example of where the whole site would come into play for, kind of free walking around would be in the fall time on on the weekends when people purchase a glass of hard cider or wine and are walking around. We did it down at 1355 when, which is the main farm market, when we had the pumpkin patch down there. We were selling wine and hard cider by the glass. Parents seemed to enjoy it, that their kids could have fun and the parents could unwind a little bit and enjoy a glass of something and not feel like they were just sitting there babysitting their children. But it allows people to go pick apples and do it with a glass of hard cider in their hand. That's, and we're not controlling as long as it's on the property. We don't see people wander off into neighbors' yards and things. I mean, there's a lot of trees and whatnot. So it's not like we don't have any physical boundaries, but if we had an event, then there would be boundaries for that event. We don't usually see people kind of break the rules of what our expectations are. the majority of, for those weekends, it would be served closer to that agritainment, in that agritainment area is where we would have it for sale by the glass. But the whole property then allows people to walk on the property, which is why it's outlined to walk out there, or for us to do a farm to table dinner and serve up there in the case of a special event.
You put in the photo of the truck. Is that thing actively driving around the site? Like, or
Parked right now. No,
Okay.
it's not actively driving. There's only a couple of people that can even drive it.
Fair.
But yeah, no, it's not actively driving around the site. We've brought it down. We brought it out to 1350 at the Little, I say the address, but the Little Red Barn area, it's served down there. So that's where we've
Okay.
had it. Yeah. But that's
Any
something
other-
that we would be looking
Sure.
at as one possible bar. It's more for the look than it is to drive around and hunt people down and offer them, get out and offer people something to drink.
Right. So similar to the last permit application, certainly we'd have in there again that if you're doing a building or a zoning permit, that would, kick another special permit modification and whatnot. Unless it was for farm use, of course, then it wouldn't hit special permit. Any other questions from commissioners? Before we open it up for public questions. All right, we'll open it up for public questions. If you have a question, I'm sorry, for public comments. If you have a comment, please raise your hand through the Zoom platform or just wave on your camera and we'll call on you. Looks like Dee is getting ready to have another comment or no? Yep. Go ahead, Dee.
D. Jacob, 61 Cherry Street, also president of the Chamber of Commerce for Guilford, Brantford, and North Brantford. As we've seen over the years, the Connecticut Wine Trail has expanded. We have a number of vineyards and breweries and all that have developed using the fruits of the farms in the area, that the state has seen fit to expand the ability for farms to serve not only where they're making their product, but also on any other property that they own. Gives us an indication that they view this as a great way to expand farm produced product. I have attended a farm to table dinner up in that area years ago. It's a beautiful area. And I think the idea again is people aren't going to go there because they want to go drinking. They're going to go there because a glass of wine, glass of hard cider enhances the experience. And it's a farm product that comes from Bishop. So once again, I encourage the commissioners to approve.
Right. Any other hands raised? People that comment? I'm scrolling through. Don't see anyone else. Anne, anything else on this application that we need to talk about?
Just if you want to, once you close the public hearing, I have the additional conditions if you want to take a look at those as well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Seems like we don't have any other public comment right now. All right, let's see. Water sewer should comply with all state permits. Sarah, I assume you don't have an issue with number 7. Hours of operation will just keep the same as what we did on the last one. Daylight hours, or do you need nighttime? Are you planning on doing nighttime operations on this?
There are no plans, but I'd rather not leave, if it's something that we're doing, after hours. Again, the noise thing I understand. But as far as if there was something to run and it was to be at dusk or daylight hours, I kind of hesitate to that. It's not, again, we're not looking to do this. This is not, trust me, we're all tired and we don't want to be there late hours either. But if we can restrict, there are laws that we have to follow as a farm winery of when we can serve, and what hours. So if we can stay within the state regulations and laws, I'd appreciate that.
Seems like you don't have problem with the noise amplification part of it necessarily, but as far as
sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I would assume that, and the intention of the additional side lighting part of this was not having random floodlights kicking around at night, right?
So
is there some?
No.
But if they're having a dinner that happens to go past daylight times, what are you gonna have? Like a couple like lanterns or something, Sarah?
Yeah, lanterns, we've used those, the string lights too, those with the bigger LED, you know, the yellowy amber lights that we've done, and it hung in tents and stuff like that. Nothing that would be any light pollution.
Any idea, and how we would differentiate between that and floodlights? Or anything that would be obtrusive to neighbors, basically?
What about if you use permanent versus, temporary, something like that?
Well, you can get those huge
Well,
highway things
Yeah.
if you wanted to. I don't really want to let that happen unless they come back and talk to us about it, right? So,
And I don't think they're very sightly, and they're loud too. So, but yes,
No,
I would,
agree.
I would understand that. It's not a
You
farm.
You could add a qualifier. I hesitate to say this, but something like additional robust site lighting or noise amplification will be prohibited. But then somebody has to.
can we say something to the effect of that would cause light pollution off site, like off the property? Can you do something like that? Would say like any lights would have to not cause a certain level of light level past the property line? Or we not have that power?
You have that power. I'm trying to think of an elegant.
Yeah, that's hard to differentiate.
I don't know the elegant way to say it, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like as long as the light isn't spilling over the property at a certain light level, then no one's gonna know the difference, right?
Well, you could say allow lights such as string lights or lanterns or something like that.
Yeah.
Or yeah, you could just list. That's probably the easiest way to handle this, honestly. Is just list a couple types of lights that are allowed.
Would it, just out of curiosity, if it was something, and I'm not the professional, so I'm not going to pretend to be, but something like a post lamp, like people would have in front of their house, like if those were ever needed to be put up, like just for a pathway or something in a specific area, it would really be central to the property and the parking area more than anything. If something more.
Yeah, I would need. I don't know, and would it need to be temporary, or would that trigger anything if they wanted something permanent?
What I would suggest is something like this, where you could say you're allowing string lights, lanterns, and temporary pathway lights. All others have to come back to the commission.
But specifically, we would be allowing temporary, right?
Yeah.
Anne? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Does that work for you, Sarah?
I'll make, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if you wanted to come in the future for safety lighting, you could.
Right. All right.
We decide about the hours. I'm not clear on that.
So my ask would be to follow with the state regulations. As a farm winery under our permit, we're not allowed to serve past 10 p.m.
Yeah, that sounds great. Just similar to number 7, it'll just be pursuant to state regs.
Regulations, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Additional review by health department may be required. I don't know about what was the thinking behind that one, Ann?
Well, that has to do with food trucks and or wine trucks, I believe, need to be inspected. And there was the question about porta potties versus septic. And so if this is a broad one and the may is intentional. It's a catch-all.
Okay. I'm not sure why we didn't do it on the first one then. What was the
because that was
targeted to a specific area
or drink. Yeah.
Okay. I understand. Okay. Basically, I guess my question is then, like, who's deciding whether or not health department review is required? And what are they reviewing?
I mean, isn't this the health department's decision?
So are we just gonna ask them once? Like, as soon as if we approved this, then you send them an email saying, hey, I'm informing you that you can review this if you want, and then that's it? Ann?
Yeah, but if they require follow-up, that it's on them to request the follow-up. So I don't know. I don't know if the cider truck has to be inspected every year or not. I don't know if you've had an inspection before. Have you ever had an inspection?
Sarah, is the health department involved in your day-to-day at like the current Route 1 site?
Nope. No, so like food trucks and things and our bar that we have there, you know, we maintain and we've got our permit and that's all that's covered. If the health inspector wanted to come up and do a surprise inspection, I mean, sure, but we don't have to do anything that's required for that, for the health department.
So that wouldn't be so Ann, that wouldn't be above and beyond the normal then, right?
Correct. It's there in case it's
You're just
needed.
putting it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wouldn't you
Alright.
just say instead of maybe, wouldn't you say as required if you're gonna leave
As
it in?
required for health department. Let's see, all permanent structures require building permit and zoning permit, that's fine. Responsibility
I
owner
just-
to provide, obviously, yep.
Scott, I just
Go
want on number 10, I just want to make sure that, so we've got other little, you know, as in that agri-tainment area on the previous application things, we have little like, little barn, you know, playhouse size, little minimal size, but they're wood structures that are in a more permanent, but the town regulations are for needing to come before you as a commission if it's over 750 square feet. So if it's under 750 square feet, then we only need
Right.
to
So, yeah, Ann can adjust that stipulation
want to
in
make
that
sure that
language.
that's not require all permanent structures. Thank
That's
you.
fine.
Yep, I'll fix that.
That makes sense, right, Ann? Yep.
Anything above 200 square feet requires a building permit. Anything below and a zoning permit, anything below 200 square feet, just a zoning permit.
Also, and you might as well throw in there the fact that they're a farm, it's a farmland and
And that
there are
yeah,
certain things that they're allowed to do without it being part of the special permit too.
and that's 750 square feet.
750, not
Yeah, so I
200.
guess it's the same either way.
Yeah.
All right. Off-street parking, we talked about already. Substantial changes to the farm winery will require a modification. Okay.
So what did we end up with number 9? How is that gonna end up?
I think
I'm gonna leave it and
Are
I'll
we
talk. to
striking it
Tanya.
or are we leaving it in?
no,
there?
I think we should leave it.
we're leaving it.
Well, I think we should say that additional review by the health department as required.
That's fine. And do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
And can it just be in there too? I just want to make sure that on number 10 that it's per regulations. It's not all permanent structures will require. Thank you.
Yep, she's got that. Yep. Okay. So any commissioners, anything else that we are thinking of here? Or did we miss anything that we've talked about? All right. So Ann, if you want to unshare again for me. I don't see any other hand raised or anything for public comment, so if there is no further, entertain a motion from commissioners to close the public hearing
So-
on this item.
So moved.
I think that was Sean. We have a second. Second from Bill. All right. All in favor to close the public hearing on this item, Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
Also vote to close. Anyone like to make a motion to approve the approval notice as amended in our previous conversation here?
I would move that we approve the application with the amendments that we had discussed just previously.
All right, thank you. So a second?
Second.
Second from Bill. Discussion? Anything we need to say? Okay. Seeing none, we'll have a motion to approve with stipulations and a second. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I'll also vote yes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
And
you.
all right, Ann, next one.
Mr. Chair, the next item is 8 Vineyard Avenue, map 2, lot 11, zone R2. The applicant owner is William James Mills. This is a special permit to allow up to an additional 10% of coverage for a new deck per section 3.4.b, table notes number 2. And if I could just bring that up so you can see it before we get going here, I just want you guys to know what you're looking at.
Yep.
Hold on,
Bring up
give me
the
just-
site plan.
Yep, let me give you the, okay, so you'll see in the zoning table, oh, sorry. Under table notes, number 2, the commission may by special permit allow an additional 10% of building coverage for swimming pools, decks, tennis courts, and other similar structures provided the commission determines that A, such additional building coverage will not infringe on the primary sewage system or reserve area for said system, and B, the impact of the proposed construction on views from adjacent public and private property and on the use and enjoyment of said adjacent properties will not be unreasonably affected. So just a clarification that the maximum building coverage in the R2 zone is 15%. This allows you as a commission to allow up to an additional 10%, which would bring, if you maxed it out, building coverage of 25%.
And the current application is 15%.
It's
Now?
a little over, they're asking for a little over an extra 5, and I will bring that up as well. 5.56%.
So 5.56 above 15.
Yes,
But we're allowed to approve up to 10 above 15, right?
exactly.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to.
So we're within the limits.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're.
Assuming those 2
so
stipulations
they're
are
going
met.
above. They're going above what's allowed, and you're allowed
Right.
something between 0 and 10 if you would like to approve that. But they must meet those standards. So.
And can you put that site plan back up?
Yep.
So the first standard was that it's not impinging on sewer, and we can
Right.
see that that's not. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
And the second standard is about use and enjoyment by the neighbors.
Okay.
Impingement of views.
Right.
All right. So
Back
who do
to
we
the
have to?
language. Yeah.
Who do we have to present this application?
That's me,
Hi.
Scott.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Jay Mills, primary residence is 8 Vineyard Avenue.
Thanks.
And my wife, Dana, will also be with us. We're in the witching hour, so with the kids, it might be a little hard.
Okay. So you wanna walk us through what you're looking to do?
Yeah, so, and I also, if it's possible to share my screen, just to, I think visuals always help. Is the best way to just click share my screen and go from there?
Try it and tell me if it doesn't work. There you go.
Yep, it's working.
Okay.
Are you seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes.
All right, good. All right, so I'm gonna make this as quick as possible. Just a little backstory and where we've been. We're at the end of a 2-year, we're thinking we're at the end of a 2-year project here that started in September of 2022 with the request for a variance to modify an existing home that we absolutely adored and loved. It's the picture that you see right now. It was one of the last cottages on Vineyard Point. And, you know, we went through the entire process with ZBA. We received a unanimous approval for said project, but it was then contested or appealed by someone else, a neighbor, which effectively put us in a position of deciding whether or not we wanted to pursue the appeal, you know, defend the appeal process, or consider knocking down the house and building something that was conforming. Reluctantly, we did decide to make the pivot to build more conforming. So, you know, hopefully in the future, you can knock this one off your list as being more conforming going forward. The existing house as it stands right here, as you'll see, we tried to keep as much of the architecture of the old house as best we could, even though we scaled up to meet building codes and the like. We just really enjoyed the charm of the house. We give you a lay of the land. This is Vineyard Point, where the house is located. I sort of look like Chevy Chase here with the lit house. That's the exterior paper. It's an R2 district, as Ann had pointed out, along with other R2 districts like Mulberry Point. There's Indian Point, Trolley Road, and Little Harbor, I think, are a few of the names and neighborhoods as well that are R2 specifically, with relatively smaller lot sizes. The request that I'm going for is, everything we have done up to this point has been conforming. We have not asked for anything that's outside of the conforming rights and as of rights that we have. Where we sort of hit a roadblock, right? Despite going through all of this, we did hit a roadblock towards the end of this project, which was how do we deal with the exterior of the house? Or I should say the outdoor living space of the house. We had to maximize as much of the square footage as we possibly could. 15% square footage on the size lot that we had got us to about a footprint of 1,400 square feet. So, we were pretty slimmed down, and we eliminated the use of a garage that we had prior. So, no garage, just house. And in doing so, we just felt like we needed to be creative in how we designed the house, the new house, with regard to storage, and in particular, the in and outs of the house and the in and outs of having kids and outdoor lawn stuff and all the like. So one of the things we designed, which worked quite nicely, is this exterior walkout from our basement. We blasted a basement that is full height for storage. And this, black space here would be the in and out of the basement access point. You'll see, it's a bit odd that you'll see, you only see half of it, and that's because, hang on. Here's a good view from the side. So based on the grading of the property, which sloped towards, from the road point, which is to the left, all the way out to the right, which is a marsh. We did have a dip in the property on this side of the property, on one other, the east side of the property line. And we looked at that as an opportunity to perhaps create this storage area and a walkout to get in and out of the basement, where, we would be effectively trying to utilize what would otherwise go into a shed or all the other household pieces, right? In order for us to just go ahead and build a deck here, however, as you can see, we would then be effectively exceeding the lot coverage, or the building coverage, I should say, by about 5.5% per my application. This footprint right here is 30 by 10. If we attempted to build something that was conforming, which we've got several iterations and several designs of something that is conforming. As you know, the only way to do that would have exterior stairs coming out of the house, which is fine, and then being within 2 feet of adjacent grade, which as you'll see, these 2x4s straight across would be 2 feet above adjacent grade. That's just as a reference point. Our desire for the special permit, our special permit request, hang on one second. So the yellow line is 2 feet above grade. Okay, so if we built a deck that was conforming, it would be 2 feet above the grass here. And it would, if we went straight to the house and connected it to the house, it would be at the yellow line. Our desire was, rather than taking this, a 30 by 12 footprint and going out into our lawn, we thought naturally, why don't we spin it and put it up against the house? To do so would obviously cross over the walkout to the garage. So hence the reason why we're coming to you asking for a shift upward to the red line, which puts us over the 24-foot requirement to remain conforming and effectively triggers this request for a special permit. So our request here is to build a deck that is 12 by 30 off the back end of the house. It does not exceed any further than this neighbor's house here. And we are currently approved as well for a balcony off of our primary bedroom. It is considered a projection at the moment with a 3-foot deck that we can access, and that's on our current building permit. Our desire was to extend that out, creating more space up there, but really also a lot more privacy for the first floor deck because, you know, naturally sound and visuals, having something that's overhead is much better. But the active living space is really just this first floor. The second floor, as I said, this is a bathroom here. This is a master bedroom, or a primary bedroom, I should say, with the doors are not accessed from any common space within the house. So, you know, the intent of the use is really pretty minimal, you know, a cup of coffee in the morning and really enjoying, you know, the view. So here is the view from those two doors on the second floor. And so we are asking to go out 10 feet instead of the 3 that we are currently approved for.
Is this a covered deck or a covered deck, or is it just a normal deck?
For the second floor?
For the first floor? Actually, well, both,
Well,
I guess, but.
So if you take a look at from this angle, if we come out with the first floor deck, so the first floor deck with the header the plate would be here, we'd go out and be right in line here, okay? And then the second floor deck right now projects 3 feet over that request. And our proposal is to continue to extend that out so that from the windows all the way over and down with a post here, we could provide some nice privacy, and also looking up, you don't really, you know, you have privacy for both the neighbor and for us.
Right, but what I mean by covered is that there's no roof. You're not planning to put a roof over top of this, are you?
No, it's just 2 decks on top of each other.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Continue, please.
In terms of, you know, meeting the criteria of the special permit, you know, ultimately the way I interpret it, you know, and I'm not going to get into the legalese and read off every single one of the criteria unless you would like me to, but, you know, effectively it has to say, you know, are you within the harmony of the neighborhood and the district? And I would say, yes, we are. You know, we've done everything we can to remain conforming, to appease everyone, you know, within the balance of also doing what meets our needs as the homeowner. And we're not doing anything that other neighbors don't already have, including the ones that are in closest proximity to us. We've had several neighbors, you know, I don't think they were shared, but several that have provided support and also shown some documentation of what it looks like in other areas of the neighborhood and their houses in particular. You know, as I pointed out here is our 2 districts. These are other neighbors down the street. Several, you know, we have many other houses around here that have second floor balconies. Most of them, you know, come off of just a primary bedroom. This one over here comes off a primary bedroom, has a neighbor with a window there, you know, same here. So, you know, at the end of the day, I think it really is about, are we asking for anything unreasonable? You know, will there be an effect? There's always an effect, which is why we have a special permit, but is it unreasonable? And is it beyond, you know, an expected ask? And I'd say, you know, it really isn't. We're not asking for anything that hasn't already been done and isn't consistent with, you know, with the harmony of the neighborhood and everything else, and as well as the regulations. So with that, I'll zip it, and I'm happy to answer and respond to any questions.
Okay, questions from commissioners?
So, just one from me, Bill Freeman, is, so the main thing we're talking about is the deck's gonna stay the same size. We're just, instead of having it be 2 feet off of the grade, it's gonna be up with your plate of your current house where your door is.
That's correct.
So dimensionally, it's not different, it's just higher up.
That's correct. So I would not be able to build a conforming deck at this height straight across for a few reasons. One, this side would actually be more than 24 inches anyhow. And that would instantly trigger, again, a non-conforming scenario. The only alternative was to come out with exterior stairs, which, you know, we actually have some nice designs come out. And then this 30 by 12 would actually pivot 90 degrees and come straight out into the yard, just to, you know, we're trying to, that seemed to be the best scenario to get what we're looking for. And in our view, it didn't really seem like a logical or ideal scenario for anyone. You know, last thing we want to do is be here in the special.
The upper deck, you just want it to project out to be even with the lower deck, is that correct?
Yeah, very similar to what's next door here. Obviously, this is sunk in to the structure, but you know, this would be first floor deck, second floor deck, but no roof above the second floor deck, and doing so could provide some more privacy.
All right, Anne, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, one clarification and one question, because it wasn't clear to me when you made your application. Just so commissioners know, it's decks over 24 inches in height that triggered the coverage calculation. So if it's below 24 inches, it doesn't count towards coverage. But in your narrative, in your application, you, and I may be reading this wrong, you mentioned something about ZBA approved modifications. Have you already received a variance to exceed the 3-foot projection on the second floor of this deck? Or are you planning on going to the ZBA for that?
We have no intention of going to ZBA or anything beyond this meeting. The only ZBA that existed was 2 years ago when we had the original structure here, and we had triggered due to side yard offsets or property line offsets, and it was pretty hard to pretty much do anything we wanted, even just a modest change without triggering ZBA. That litigation, just so you know, has since been resolved.
Right.
As of a couple months ago. So there is no outstanding variance on the title of the deed.
Okay, but to be clear, you are exceeding the 3-foot projection allowed by the second floor deck in this application. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
Can you clarify that a little bit better?
I mean, how
in the
how is
R2
this?
zone, you're
Well, Anne,
allowed.
does it I'm sorry, Anne, does it matter if it's got, if the first floor, if it has columns and it's holding it up, so then it's clearly a deck, or no, that doesn't matter?
Well, let me walk through this, and we should have done this prior. I apologize, but the maximum building projection allowed in feet is 3 feet. And then when you go to the definition of projections, hold on. Got it. Sorry.
So here's a visual of a neighbor that's literally across the street. This is the concept. This is precisely the concept.
Yeah, I guess my point
right-hand corner.
is that there may be I would have to check this with council because I'm not 100% sure on this, but you may in fact need a variance for that second floor projection exceeding the 3 feet. I'll keep looking for the definition and I'll get back to you.
That doesn't.
Well,
affect,
is it considered a covered porch at that point that can be walked out onto?
Again,
I'm
I'm not gonna do this on the fly, but,
Yeah, well, Ann will have to look at it.
But
Okay,
that doesn't
that's
affect
fine,
what
no
we're
problem.
deciding here, right?
Well, yeah,
no, because he's asking for that second floor approval as well, and we may be at the wrong body for that, so let me do some homework while you're talking.
okay. Well, while we're here, we might as well. We've got some more questions from Larry. Larry?
Yes, thank you. You said you're in a depression where in the back of the house, right? So how are you going to handle water accumulating in that space?
So, as you'll see, this is a driveway right here. It's not I wish I could get you a little bit of a better angle, but, the street is, just off the tongue of the trailer, and it begins to slope down. As you can see here, there's a porta potty that's right on the road. The natural grading does slope backwards towards the marsh, as does my neighbor over here and on the other side. That natural slope has existed. It was even existed on the original house. I can pull, images of that same grading that existed there. What happens is, and Mike Bracken, I believe might also be on the call, who is the neighbor that is on this side, the west side of it, can attest to the fact that the water has always run from ours through, and drained somewhere right around in this area and out into the marsh.
But you also showed us earlier that the grade slopes down towards the back of the house. Right?
No,
If you
it slopes down from the back of the house to the marsh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, can you show me that?
The walkout for the little crawl space under the house.
Yeah, where you see gravel in that particular picture, you described it as a depression.
Yeah, and it
No,
flows.
I'm sorry.
It flows,
I should say it's a depression. If you looked at a plane, running a plane from a straight line from the road to the marsh, on this side of the property line, you'd have a pretty even slope straight across. On the other side, there was always a point where there was a dip and then it lifted again. The original, the grading has always existed in that fashion, which is why we looked at it as a natural way of utilizing it, rather than trying to fill it.
Larry, the part there, the part that's gravel slopes to the left in this picture.
Yeah, if you look at slide 2.
I see. Okay. So the second question is, where are you planning to park your car?
On this side. Original parking had been on this side of the old house. We felt, that we didn't want our side yard on this side because we will have grass all along here. We will have two car parking right here.
I see. Just outside parking, or are you going to put a cover over it?
Not allowed.
Not allowed. Okay.
We had to get rid of the garage when we pivoted from the old house to this one. It was the only way to do it.
Good. Thank you.
All right. Jay, if you wouldn't mind unsharing for me, please.
Sure.
Before I open up to public comment, any other questions or comments from commissioners? All right. We'll open up to public comment. Please raise your hand either on your camera or on the Zoom platform. Yep. Stephen Daughtry. If you want to unmute and then state your name and address for the record, please. Yep, you're unmuted.
Unmuted.
Your microphone is not picking you up though. If you click on the little arrow. You might have to go to your device settings.
Click the arrow up, you can choose, built-in.
Yeah.
microphone, blah, blah, blah.
If you're on a laptop, then there's a mute button in the bottom left-hand corner. There's a little up arrow, and then you click that and you can select a microphone. Or you can call in with your phone, is the other way you can do this. Um, all right, while we're waiting on that, is there anyone else here who wants to raise their hand? Not seeing that. And so while we're waiting on those folks, it sounds like there's a recommendation that we need some more time on this to have you look through the projection piece of it. Is that
Yeah,
right? Is there anything else that you need on this project?
Well, there may be a contradiction there is a definition of projections in the ordinance that includes balconies. But I would ask after the discussion tonight that, we have our whatever robust discussion we need to have, but that we table any decision and keep the hearing open so that I can consult with, our attorneys on this second floor issue.
All right, so Mr. Daughtry, or if we can't get you working, then we can hopefully figure it out for the next meeting, because it looks like we're going to be tabling to the next meeting. But it looks like we have Michael Bratton has raised his hand. Can you say your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Michael Bracken, and I'm with my wife, Mary Ann. We are the immediate neighbor to the east. We're number 18, Jay's number 8. We've never understood why there's a gap in the numbers, but anyway, we're next door. We've lived here for 52 years, and you won't be surprised to know that when we moved here, every house down here was a cottage, and now we're the last surviving cottage. All the others were knocked down and rebuilt, and of course we're much larger. So we actually support the application. The lot sizes here are small. They were first designed in about 1880 by Captain Brooks, and as in many areas of Guildford, we feel you've got to really be very sensitive to the small lot sizes while still allowing these houses to grow and be appropriate for modern living and for families. Nonetheless, it's a very quiet neighborhood and people are very respectful. So we feel this application is actually makes a common sense interpretation of the laws for managing upgrades, and we feel it should be supported. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Looks like we got Claire Leanweber. I butchered that. Say your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, of course. That happens often, so don't worry. Claire Lineweber. I live at 28 Vineyard Avenue. I'm speaking also on behalf of my husband, Anjani Jain, who's traveling at the moment. So our house is not just to reflect on the neighborhood. We are just to the east of the Bracken. So the Brackens who just spoke. And we've lived in the neighborhood for 5 years. And I just wanted to say, pretty much echo what was neighborhood. It's quite densely packed with housing, actually, if you saw the aerial photograph shared earlier. In some ways more like, it's not urban by any stretch, but it's like some urban neighborhoods that you know, that have larger, you know, green lot sizes, but are pretty close together. The homes are pretty close together. We moved here because we wanted to know our neighbors, want to feel isolated. So just a few examples of that. I would say there text message chain, and anytime anyone's hosting a gathering or going to have an outdoor activity that could be perceived to be a nuisance or be noisy for a little while, that information goes out to the neighborhood. If there's going to be increase in traffic or kids running around, that kind of thing, which signals, I think, that concerns about noise and kind of proper respect for neighbors and their wishes is pretty strong. So we also support this application. We think it is also quite reasonable, given the constraint lot size, and so very, very supportive of this plan.
All right, thank you. Have the Daughtry's been able to figure out phone call in?
Sorry, we did, yes.
That
A little bit of panic there. Thank you for the time today. I know this is
Yeah,
quite a long
please state
meeting.
your name and address for the record,
Oh,
please.
yes, sure. I'm Steve Doherty. This is my wife, Elizabeth Price. We are the adjacent owners at 4 Vineyard Avenue. We are the house closest to the Mills house. So unfortunately, unlike our neighbors who are their houses are 60 feet away or 80 feet away or 140 feet away like Claire, our house now only 16 feet away from their house. So we wish we could be in a similar position to support the Mills, but unfortunately we have different considerations being so close. We did submit a letter and basically, to try to paraphrase here, our concerns in the letter, really they're sort of threefold. One is, just generally a question about what additional coverage is allowed under the regulations, because they were recently changed. Two is just the noise that will impact our enjoyment of our house given the close proximity. And then three, what usage was actually contemplated in the code when it was drafted, because it seems like what they're proposing may be above and beyond what could have been contemplated in the code. So just sort of start from the top here, the code refers to, as Ann mentioned, an additional 10% of building coverage. Building coverage is defined in the code as 15% of lot coverage. So 10% of 15% of lot coverage is not 800 square feet. It's only 121 square feet. So as the code was recently changed, and that clause, which was similar in the last code, referred to an additional 10% of lot coverage. The current code refers to only an additional 10% of building coverage, which means that only a small amount, in this case, 121 square feet, would be allowed under the special permit. So there's a difference in language in what was in the old code versus what was adopted in October, and we believe that encourages a different interpretation. The other thing is, so that's one of the things. The other thing that we're concerned about is generally noise levels. So, I did the best research I could, given the proximity, to find research that would be sort of, consistent with our concerns. There's a quote I included in my letter from the Federal Highway Administration that basically says, noise generated by a conversation between two people 3 feet apart would generally be 60, 65 decibel range. Most people prefer the noise levels in their homes to be 40 and 45 decibels, similar to found in a small office. That's a quote from the Federal Highway Administration. Other studies mention 30 to 45 decibels as a standard and arguable standard for enjoying a quiet office or a bedroom. What's worrisome is, not only for us, given the proximity, the noise levels from larger groups or music playing or dogs barking, which can be 70 or 75 decibels, which would hit our property and our bedroom in particular at a much higher frequency, is that even normal conversations given the proximity of both of the decks, would be reaching us at a level that's above what is a quiet standard. I do show in here, and whether maybe I could show it or someone else could show it if we share the screen, but given my track record here with technology, yeah, here we go. We do include this is from the University of Nebraska, sort of a suburban noise control study that they did as really an example here to illustrate what our concerns are. And again, based on this, you know, federal federal highway comment about 60 to 65 degrees, I'm trying to map it to, this is a different noise level. So it's a slightly different study, but nevertheless, this is 65 decibels here. And this is meters down here. So they show, this is the control.
Yeah,
So with
we're
no
not seeing your
protection-
screen, sir, so just FYI.
Okay, all right.
But
So-
yeah, to just paraphrase. So I guess, Anne, real quick, do you want to address the first comment about the building coverage, and then
Yeah.
the second about noise decibels, please?
Yeah, this question came up first when I received the applications, because I was like, you know, there are two ways of interpreting this. So I called our good friend Glenn, who helped create these regulations, and I said, Glenn, which way would you interpret this? Because it could be an additional 10% of 15% or an overall additional 10%. And his point to me, and granted, I wasn't here when the ordinance was written, but his recollection, and he pointed out the fact that this clause under table notes includes things like swimming pools and tennis courts, which clearly are larger things. These clauses are only allowed in the R1 and R2 zone, which are the very small lots. But his point to me was that it's an additional 10% on top of the allowed 15%, so that the maximum building coverage could be brought up to 25%. I realize that there is ambiguity in that language, but that was his recollection. And he also pointed out to the wording, including larger structures here, as a support for that.
Right. Okay. And then there's nothing in our codes about decibels necessarily, but decibels is pretty much just related to the town ordinance for noise, right? So
yeah, the noise ordinance is the police are the ones who enforce the noise ordinance,
Right.
but anybody can Google that. It's in the town ordinance, and it's 65, I believe, at the property line, but it depends on whether it's residential or commercial use.
right. So as far as noise, then it's just comes down to the special permit requirements of whether or not it fits in the neighborhood and all those items, right? For noise.
The use and enjoyment clause about
Right.
use and enjoyment of said adjacent properties will not be unreasonably affected. So
Okay,
you
great.
have to determine what unreasonably means.
Got it. Thank you. Perfect. All right. I jumped in. I think you had one more point, sir, Mr. Doherty.
Well, just two more points. I mean, that was the point that, you know, noise does impact the reasonable use and enjoyment. Here we're just showing, you know, proximity and, you know, that it is reasonable that we would be impacted even by normal noises. The other thing is that if you're trying, you know, the comment that was made before about the previous deck was in the application, just noting that the previous deck was more than 30 feet away and was buffered by our property by a garage. And the last thing is that, you know, when you look at studies about sort of landscaping, other things that, you know, they would need to be much denser than the 8-foot setback. And even so, what they would do is basically block our entire view. We would just be looking into bushes if that were essentially a proposed solution, which is not. And then the last thing I'll bring up is I did include an addendum here is, and I think this is important as Jay talked about the history of this, is to understand what was proposed and built. And, you know, what does that mean for this application? So if you just bear with me for a few more minutes, there was basically several permits that happened. One was for a foundation permit, which was approved. One was for a building permit, and now there's a special permit that's being requested today. In the foundation permit, they showed basically a garage under this deck here. And that garage, you know, indicated windows and even interior access, all things that are very typical to a garage. When the building permit was submitted, neither the deck nor the garage structure under the deck was included. And when questioned about the solution for basically the 8-foot drop from the first floor, they proposed a door barricade, which I'm showing here as a solution, and that was approved, so they didn't fall out 8 feet. So, but nevertheless, a foundation was constructed, and the surrounding area, to the best of our knowledge, appears to be graded to accommodate a garage, you can see in here, under the first floor deck. So if it would appear to us that the special permit, by elevating the first floor deck, is creating the space under it to effectively create a garage. And when I look at the definition of the garage, it's defined as enclosed or partial enclosed structure for the storage of one or more vehicles. Now, when I look at the vehicles I observed the Mills driving, and I look at the dimensions on the space 10 feet wide, as Jay mentioned, by 30 feet long, as he mentioned, by approximately 77 plus feet high, that would more than accommodate the cars that they drive in the space under it. So, you know, I don't believe that when the special permit was contemplating a swimming pool deck, tennis court, or similar structures, that a garage was included. And it would appear that the deck is really coincidental to the garage they're looking to build under the deck, given the space that's available, given the access that, you know, that they'll have from the basement to that area, and given that it could more accommodate not every car, but certainly the cars that they're driving on a regular basis.
Okay.
And I just, if I just say one more thing about the photos in the neighborhood. The photos in the neighborhood show decks, exterior decks, that are much further away than the decks that are being proposed by the Mills. They are, you know, guesstimating 30, 40, maybe even 50 feet away from neighbors, and they're much smaller, meaning the usage of those decks is going to be far more restricted than what the Mills are proposing next to our house. So for being consistent with the neighborhood, a much smaller deck would be approved because that is consistent with the neighborhood. In addition, in looking at our deck, our property is 50% larger than the Mills property. We didn't have a deck that needed a special permit, and we also put our deck 20 feet away from the property line and insulated by the buildings, so that we were careful not to impact the enjoyment of our neighbors. You know, that is not a consideration that the Mills are offering us in their proposal.
And I would just like to add, if I could also add, that I think part of the challenge has been that what initially gets proposed is different from what gets presented for approval, and then what gets approved is very different than what gets starting to get built. And I think that, just case in point in this call right now, what was initially proposed was a 3-foot overhang or a quote cup of coffee. Now that 3 foot has moved to 10 feet. And I think that as neighbors, as we try to be very respectful neighbors, we've been in the community for over 15 years at this point, we would just like the same accommodation of respect. What was initially proposed included a garage, included some buffering zone of foliage. None of that is being proposed. None of this has been discussed with us. It's just further scope creep, to be perfectly frank, of what they intend to build, with very little, if no, with no respect to us as neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Just and one point. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks for the photo. If you could unshare for me, please. All Perfect. And just one note based off of the comment there. If the deck was a carport, that's it's the same square footage, it's the same percentage of added to the building coverage, right? There wouldn't be any difference to
Still a
the deck.
increase of coverage.
Right.
Yes.
So the use of what's happening under the deck doesn't really change the fact that he's trying to add 5.56% to the, it only potentially changes our decision in terms of a special permit, I guess, but.
Yeah, I mean, the language of that clause contemplates, and I'll read it again, so there's interpretation here. 10% of building coverage for swimming pools, decks, tennis courts, and similar structures.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, that is interpretation. Okay. Mr. Mills, yes.
I'll save us a whole lot of time. First off, you can't swing a car into there, and if anyone can do it, they can keep my car. It's just not possible to do. You can look at any turning radius. It's not going to happen. But secondly, I'm more than willing to take and have a contingency on the permit that no vehicle would be parked underneath the deck.
Okay, thank you. We got one other public comment, or Bill, do you want to go first?
I just had a question for Ann. Is currently the deck, the way the drawing was with the yellow line and the red line, is there currently the ability for them to build this deck at a lower elevation?
Yeah, as I said before, I mean, I don't know technically where their doors are, but building decks only come into the building coverage calculation once they exceed 24 inches. And that's just a blip in the ordinance that you guys decided on. If it's 24 inches or below, then it doesn't even count towards coverage.
Right. So I'm looking at his drawing, the pictures he showed, and it shows a bulkhead that's roughly 10 feet out that he put to hold his materials of his yard back. And he's building his deck there. He could stay within the 24 inches and build the deck as it is and put steps down to it, or he can raise it up. Is that basically what we're discussing, is whether he can raise it up?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, he's asking, he's
not gonna
exceeding
change
the
the-
24 inches, and so it counts towards coverage.
And it's not going to change the effect on the neighbor being 35 inches up or 24 inches up isn't going to change the effect on the
I
neighbor
mean,
one.
that's what we decide. That's what we're deciding, right? Basically.
Well, just to clarify, Bill, the deck that would be built at 24 inches above grade could not go the full length of the house. It would only be allowed, and this is based on you would not be allowed to have the grading on the depression where there's the exit does not allow for it.
Right.
So in our minds, it was that little deck would just be on the west side, the Dougherty side of the property, and to compensate for that loss of space, we would just go further out into the yard, which in our minds sort of looked like it was a much worse impact.
Yeah, well, okay, but that's
it's
not
now
part of the
in front of
application.
Okay.
So yeah, I get that, but that's not part of the application. So, all right, we got two more public comment here. Keith Ainsworth, could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Keith Ainsworth. My business address is 51 Elm Street, Suite 201 in New Haven. I'm an attorney and I represent Jay Mills, and I just wanted to make a few comments on some of the things that were mentioned. One is with regard to the sound, and I'm going to take this in no particular order. With regard to the sound studies, those are very particular scientific studies. I don't think Mr. Dougherty has established himself as an expert in interpreting such studies and applying them to this particular situation. In any event, all of the state noise ordinances exempt the human voice from noise ordinances enforcement because you don't enforce against people who are speaking. Plus, I think the interpretation that a conversation at 3 feet is 65 decibels, that doesn't pertain to a conversation at a much greater distance. I mean, if you're sitting across the table from someone, yes, it might be much louder. Next, the deck on the second floor, isn't a projection, it's a deck. And I think you could issue your ruling this evening. And certainly if you want to put a contingency on it that your attorney tells you that you need to, that there needs to be a ZBA approval, but you could approve the application with the stipulation that there needs to, if it's determined that there needs to be a ZBA ruling, that could happen. And you could just make that a condition of approval. Otherwise, you send this project, which is underway, as you could see, the project is happening. You're going to delay it yet another month. So I would suggest that might be a more expeditious way of approaching this. And finally, in terms of unreasonably affecting a neighbor, it has to be unreasonable. It can't be, just any impact on a neighbor. And I think what they're building here is very respectful. They had a much more aggressive project that was appealed by the neighbor. The neighbor doesn't seem to be satisfied with the modifications that have been made. And there's been a number of accommodations made in response, which is remove the garage and, scale the house back to something that's much more reasonable. If you look around the neighborhood, there's a number of houses that are far more aggressive than this one. I think this is a fairly reasonable request that the Mills are asking for. And finally, with regard to the garage, it's just as a practical matter, you can't park under that space. They're willing to stipulate that they won't park a car under the deck. And frankly, everything else is within the interpretation of this special permit rule, which, it's not an additional 10% of 15%. That doesn't seem to be a reasonable interpretation of your regulation. It's an additional 10% that you can approve. You've limited people to 15% as of right, but you're allowing for someone to have another 10% if you deem it appropriate. And that's on a sliding scale. You could say, I'm only going to approve 2%, 3%, 5%. Here, they're only asking for just over half of what they can ask for under the special permit exception. So we'd really ask you to, if you can, take action this evening and make the one issue that you've identified a condition and let the project at least move forward with the rest of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Looks like we have one more public comment from Ojaneski. If you want to state your name and address for the record, take yourself off mute.
Sure. Chris Oganeski, 15 Vineyard Avenue in Guilford. I've lived there about 16 years or so. I have 4 boys. I support the project. I think, for someone with a couple kids, like, he's nuts. Jay's nuts for building a house. Like, there's still not that much room in there, but he did a really nice job of making it look like the old house and what was there. I mean, every house on the block other than the Brackens, I'm across the street from the Brackens and partly across from the Mills, quite frankly, is much bigger than what was originally there. And, with kids in a place like that, like, I think all of the neighbors have been in the old house, when between Joanne Bickle owning it and the Mills owning it. And, it would be tough to have kids in that house, with the way it was set up and how tight it was, and, I like the Doughertys were, lived in New York City prior to coming to Guilford, and it would be like living in a bar.
Okay.
So I support it. I think they did it tasteful in design.
Thank you. Looks like we have a hand up from Tony Baldock.
Yeah,
Please
so
state your name and address for the record.
Yep, Tony Baldock. I work for Stevens Associates, the engineers, Madison, Connecticut. And so I was just reading through the regulations here, and I just want to bring up that, so whether it's a deck or a projection. So a projection, if it is a balcony, you consider that a projection under the definitions. It does not count the setback. It does not count the coverage or floor area. And if it is a deck over a deck, you try and double count that. So if the deck on the second floor is exactly the same as the one on the first floor, you would be double counting that coverage either. It doesn't work that way when you count a first and second floor for coverage. Coverage is a bird's eye view. So I think that's pretty much solves it. So if you consider it a projection, it doesn't count, and if you consider it a deck, it's the same as the second or the first floor.
All right. Yeah,
So I
thanks.
just wanted to add that.
Appreciate that. We'll get a determination.
Add, that
go ahead,
in the
Ann.
application, Mr. Mills calls the second floor a balcony, which under the definition of projection is included there, so.
Sure. Again, we don't need to belabor this because you're gonna go get and we're gonna get a determination.
We're gonna get a determination.
Okay, yeah, I just throwing in that if it is a projection on the second floor, it doesn't count. That sounds like what he's applied for.
All right, thank you. All right, looks like we've exhausted everyone for public comments. Commissioners, I'd entertain a motion to table this to our next meeting based off the recommendation from Ann. Yep, Jay, you have a last comment?
I just wanna-
So moved.
I just
Sorry.
want to say thank you guys for your time and really appreciate it.
All right, thanks. So I heard a motion from Sean to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is that Bill? All right, we have a motion and a second. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes,
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Yes.
and I'll also vote yes. Thank you. And
Okay, on to the regular meeting. Our next item on the agenda, though you may want to consider these simultaneous because it's the same property. 66 High Street, map 32, lot 60, zone R3. The applicant is Michael Harkin for Harkin Engineering. The owner is 66 High Street, Guilford LLC. This is a modification of a special permit without a public hearing per section 9.4.G.6. And then parallel to that is a currently tabled site plan application, which you will need to vote to take off the table for the same address for a modification of the site plan and coastal site plan to allow for the construction of a 30 by 60 dog park. So my suggestion would be you vote to untable and allow the applicant to speak on both applications and then vote separately on them.
do I hear a motion to do so?
Motion that we untable it for tonight and we combine both applications into one.
Second.
Larry Rizzolo,
yes,
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman, Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
All right. Thanks for sticking with us, Mike and Marjorie. Let's talk about it.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Michael Harkin. I'm a professional engineer and principal of Harkin Engineering, located at 78 Wolf Hollow Lane in the town of Killingworth, Connecticut. Again, here tonight on behalf of our client, 66 High Street, Guilford LLC, also known as the Horton Group, for the dog park project at 66 High Street. Again, we're here tonight for the modification of a special permit without a public hearing, and we're here for the coastal site plan application to allow for the 30 by 60 foot proposed dog park on the site. So at our last meeting, we basically went into the plans in detail of what we were proposing to do there. After that, the commission agreed to have the modification of a special permit without a public hearing. There was some discussion on how it had to be published correctly. And again, here we are tonight. So just so you know, after the meeting, I set up a meeting with Kevin McGee because there was some questions about erosion controls out there. Within 3 days, I met with Kevin McGee out at the site, went over what he was looking for additional erosion controls. We actually already put them in and implemented them. I think he even inspected them already. There was one area of a little bit of erosion that he had us to add some riprap to as part of our plan, which we did. we have a revised plan of 5/14/2024, which shows that modification that Kevin wanted. So, just trying to be really brief. We've been on for a long time. I know you guys have a lot more to come. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. I don't know if you want to see the little area that Kevin wanted us to add the riprap, but it's a small area. And
Biggest question for me is, for one, did anything change from the last meeting in terms of what you're proposing?
no, it did not.
All right, and then the second is, do you have like a general overall site plan or something just to demonstrate how this relates to the neighborhood, the surrounding area?
We did not, I mean, we have the general site plan that we have.
Just the general site
We
plan,
can-
please,
yeah.
yeah.
I think we went over that aerial. Everybody looked at the aerial views via Google last time we were on the meeting.
Sure, but
and
at
showed
the
that
time,
was-
it wasn't a special permit. This is a special permit application technically, so just pull it up, please.
And you want to put it up probably quicker.
Sure.
Okay, so this is the revised plan. The only thing that was really added was the color photo. Shows the small erosion area that's existing out there. The color photo up on top.
And it's surrounded by marsh, right?
Yes. Yep. So off to the right side of that photo, you can see the existing riprap. To the left, we didn't continue that riprap around because it wasn't part of the original plan. Kevin asked us to put that riprap there. So we did put a call out on the plan showing that area to be riprapped. And that's that highlighted section off to the left side of the dog park. There's a little honeycomb area that Kevin wanted. So that's the only addition to the plan from what you guys heard last month.
All right, thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
No, just a compliment to Michael for his plans.
Thank you.
Right. If we don't have, Ann, anything else to bring up on this one?
Nope, I just added the conditions, from Kevin that he asked me to put in. So the additional conditions I'll just read. One is revised plan should be submitted showing existing site conditions. Additional surge stone should be placed on the north slopes adjacent to the on-site pond. I think that's what you're showing there. And then 9, soil erosion sedimentation control must be installed upon approval between the tidal wetlands and the filled area. The town CEO, which is me, I guess, should be notified to inspect the measures as soon as they are installed. All measures shall be maintained until the final acceptance and sign off for certificate of occupancy and certificate of zoning compliance.
All right, Mike, any problem with those stipulations?
No, we have no problems with those. And the erosion controls are in, so if you wanted to do an inspection.
Yep, in my free time, yes.
Kevin already looked at them, I believe.
All right, would the commissioner like to make a approval based off the approval notice? And read off.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest
Yep.
you, vote on the special permit first and then vote on the site plan and coastal site plan separately.
All right, approval on the special permit. Would like to make a motion.
Make a motion that we approve as stated.
All right, have a second?
Second.
Second, Ted. Any discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second for approval. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I also vote yes. And then we'll do CAM applications. I want to make a motion on a CAM application for this project.
I'll make a motion that we approve the CAM application as stated.
Yep.
Second.
All right, second from Ted. Discussion unseen. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman, Sean Cosgrove,
Aye.
and I also vote yes. Do we have to officially approve the site plan too?
That was part of the coastal site plan.
All right, sweet.
Yeah, you voted on that. You're good.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Good
guys,
luck
thank
to
you
you
so
guys.
much. Have a great night. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, you too. All right.
Okay, the last
one.
regular meeting item is 187 3 Mile Course, the Collenberg property. Map 70, lot 18A, zone R3. The applicant is Todd Anderson of Anderson Associates. On behalf of the owner, Mark Collenberg, this is the new approval of the previously approved subdivision that we discussed last month.
Good evening, everyone. Todd Anderson from Anderson Engineering Survey and Associates, 1054 Boston Post Road in Guilford. As Ann said, we discussed this last month. This was a subdivision that was approved, I believe, in June of last year. And due to a miscalculation of days of the calendar on my part, and a error by town staff of notifying you guys of requested extensions, this did not get filed in time. So here before you tonight to ask your reapproval of the approved subdivision so we can move forward. There were some conditions put on the subdivision approval. We have satisfied them all. A plan for engineering for the driveway and so forth. The property markers and road line markers have been put in as reflected on the Mylar to be filed. So short and sweet because it's getting late. I'm open for any questions.
My question is this, well, to you, Todd, and to Ann, is this a technicality?
Yes.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Everything was properly noticed this time, Ann. We're good there. All right.
So, Ann, is everything in order?
The only thing I saw, and I would just confirm this with the town engineer, but she asked me to include the condition that the new driveway be constructed in accordance with town standards.
Okay.
So we eliminated.
Go ahead.
We eliminated all the other conditions from the approval from last year and just kept that one. Okay. And if it's been corrected, then we can just ignore it.
Yeah, and we, to add, we do have a site plan for specific to lot 2, which is the new lot construction that we brought before wetlands after the subdivision approval. That includes the widening of the driveway. Everything that the town engineer has asked for is on that plan and will be implemented.
All right. So next time, Todd, do it right the first time and don't keep us up so late.
Come on, Todd.
It was
What are you doing?
partially our fault too, so we both messed up. Let's be clear.
Yeah, I need to brush up on my math and get my calendar straight.
Just like
some alerts. Okay.
Many things at once here.
Can we make a motion then to approve this at this point?
You can do that. Thank you.
Oh,
Do we have a second?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a second, please?
And
Second.
Yes.
Second from Sean. All right. All to approve. Larry Rizzolo,
Yes.
Ted Sands,
Yes.
Bill Freeman,
Yes.
Sean Cosgrove.
Aye.
Also vote yes. Good luck to you, Todd.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. All right, Ann.
Okay, so
What's
in
that?
other business, we had 2 administrative site plan approvals. And then we need to approve the minutes from April 3rd and from May 1st.
Perfect. Let's go with the site plans.
No, we don't need to say anything about them.
Oh,
You
we
just
don't.
need to
Okay.
go to the minutes.
Oh, okay.
We're on
We'll go to the
minutes.
minutes then.
I know Ted had a correction to the April 3rd minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So Ted's got a correction that he sent you, Ann?
Yes.
No,
And then-
I'll explain.
Go ahead.
Sure.
In the April minutes as the draft that we were given, it indicates that the member who was absent was Sean, and then in the call to order, it says that Sean was the guy who called it to order and ran the meeting.
Mhm.
So there seems to be some inconsistency here. It would seem to me that maybe Scott ran the meeting, but
Okay,
Is
so
that
I'll
the meeting
check.
that I missed? Is that the meeting I missed, Ann?
Oh, it's
Is that
all
the April
running
3rd one?
together, but what I'll do is I promise to check the recording and
It's-
I'll fix that.
It's possible that I missed that meeting and Sean actually ran it. It is.
yeah,
possible.
no, there was a meeting like
actually-
that.
I
But
actually did.
I'm just saying that the minutes as proposed are internally inconsistent.
Okay.
Agree.
Well, I actually did run a meeting.
You did. You don't remember
Yeah,
when that was,
I
though, did you?
So let me check.
did a
I'll
good
check
job.
I will check the recording on that one and I will fix it appropriately if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Does anyone else? So obviously Ted was able to review the meeting minutes, substantially complete, Ted.
Yep.
All right. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the April 3rd minutes?
So moved. I'll make that motion to approve.
Thank you, Bill. Second
As
from?
corrected, as
Yeah,
will
as
be
corrected. Correct. Second from Ted.
Yep.
Yep. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Yes. All right. Is anyone able to review the May 1st meeting minutes?
Yeah, I reviewed them and I'd propose that they're accepted.
All right, so we got a motion of approval from Ted. We have a
So
second.
moved.
Second from Sean.
Yeah.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Ann, anything
Yes.
else that we need to go over? We have a new person on the staff who did not stay for the whole meeting. What's going
She
on?
did not.
Yeah.
I told her she could leave because it's a lot. She's only
It's
3
a
days
lot.
in. And I didn't think she needed to sit here for the entire time. But Robin Penna has joined staff as my administrative assistant. So if you have time, stop by and say hi. I'm sure she'd appreciate it. She's 3 days in and she's doing great. So
Fabulous.
So,
Anything else?
and we are thrilled, I'm not gonna speak for everyone, but we are thrilled that you've got some help now and, I mean, you've been doing,
too much.
too much for a long time and, if you can, find the time to train her, you're gonna be able to do actually a town planner's job.
Yeah.
Someday.
I need a
Well,
video first.
this
but-
raises the question of when is the town going to get off their high horse and do whatever is required to hire a zoning enforcement officer?
Yeah, Matt Hoey, what you doing?
Okay.
Well,
So,
I mean, I called Mitch Goldblatt, who I know from other town business, and had a chat with him. And it was very discouraging. He said, well, it's just out of our price range. And he didn't seem to think that this was something that was going to happen in the next couple of years.
Well, Ted, what did we just go through? We had a referendum that was voted down. I mean, does the town have an appetite to add more cost to the town budget?
But this is something that's in the town budget. We're filling an existing slot, Sean.
Yep.
I know, but
We'll let them know. Been talking to him already. And
If I can interject, and Scott knows this, we have an application period that's ending on Friday. This will be our 4th round attempting to hire somebody. It's really hard to find anybody who's remotely qualified at this point. I'm willing to train anybody who's personable, who can handle the conflict inherent to that job. And that's where I am. I was at the point where I was like, only somebody qualified, but now I'm lowering my standards. So.
Yeah. And I feel your pain and I drive around, I do Meals on Wheels, and I drive all over Guilford, and I see violations everywhere.
Muck.
And, I would not envy any person or not invite any person to be the enforcement officer. It's a
tough job.
thankless job.
Yeah.
Is there
Well,
any-
and
any room for
we
that?
let things get so out of hand that there's a big backlog.
Well, that's right, Ted,
Right.
you're absolutely right. Unless it's brought under control, it just goes out of control.
Is there any room to have a temporary, by the hour type person to just go doing stuff?
Right now, nobody's available. Like the folks that we used prior to Ann, they're not available. They're full.
don't
Well,
have any staff.
I would
They're
do
being
it,
used by
I would,
others.
I would do it on an hourly basis, if I was allowed to wear a mask.
Or if I stand next to you, does that work too?
Yeah, right.
No, but I'm saying, is there a certain criteria that has to be met can you get,
No, I do have a consultant on board who's reviewing permits, but she's not doing any actual zoning enforcement. So that's, half the job is permits, half the job is zoning enforcement.
So what are the criteria that you're looking for just someone to go do out in the field, look at things? Yes, your erosion control is not correct. Oh, it is correct. What are you looking for?
Well, I haven't split the job in two yet, but if this next round doesn't yield anybody, I'm willing to look at that. And then it's really just a reasonable personality with, diligence
Certain set of expectations of them.
and
Right,
independence and the ability to follow direction.
Yeah.
And they have to have that balance of their personality. And
Yes.
that's the hard part.
Right.
And
Well,
I'm just gonna say to you, you've done a great job in this interim period, from Jamie, to you, without an admin. And I just hope you're gonna stick it out. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
If you didn't have anything else, Ann, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Yep.
can I ask one quick question before we
Sure,
do?
Larry.
I got this request from a member of the Affordable Housing Committee. Is there an electronic form of the old regulations, the old zoning regs that we recently revised?
Yes, I can, if it's not too big, I can send it to you. Otherwise I can put it on a flash drive.
Okay, great, thank you. And when was that last amended?
I don't know.
Okay.
It was probably-
That doesn't matter.
I think it was
A bunch of times.
It was probably, it may have been 1995.
No. There were tons of amendments.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Individual
Yeah.
amendment, a full rewrite was long ago.
Yeah, it wasn't, yeah. I don't
All right.
think it was ever fully written, but I don't know.
Okay.
I will
Thank you.
send that to you if I can. Otherwise, I'll let you know.
Great, thanks a
All right,
lot.
who'd like to make a motion to adjourn?
I will do that. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Bill. Do we have a second?
Second,
Second from Sean, and our customary wave goodbye if you're in agreement.
goodbye.
I
Bye-bye.
just want to say that
Bye.
was the longest
Bye.
meeting.
Ann, can you stick on for 1 second, Ann?
Sure.
Just a quick
Bye.
question.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hold on, I'm gonna stop recording.
Yeah.